guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Party started. Get the show on the road, eh? All right, we'll be closing out a Monday, and wow, looky there. Making our way into the final day of November, November 30, 2021. 24 hours from now, we'll be pulling the final page off the calendar. 1 month to go. Countdown to Christmas and the New Year. All right, a lot of folks, of course, will be joining us tonight. Just coming off the big, long Thanksgiving holiday weekend. A lot of drivers don't get out till Monday night into Tuesday morning. So just kind of starting their week. For those of you in that category, hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving weekend. And great to have you on board. Got a full 5-hour show, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Secret Bunker here in Cincinnati, Ohio. We'll get to our traveler's weather coming up here. Hey, I pulled up the radar and said, hey, there's some snow out there. Yeah, not outside our studios, but central and eastern Ohio. There's a band of enhanced snow. Some pretty good snow falling down to north and east of Columbus. We can start all the way up into the UP of Michigan, though. This is an Alberta Clipper, the first of what's going to be like 1, 2, 3 Alberta Clippers coming up this week. So much of Michigan is central and northern Michigan. Snow beginning to wind down. You may fill in some more from Saginaw to Detroit, snowing on down into Cleveland. It's that area between Cleveland and Columbus where we're seeing some of the enhanced bands of snowfall. Snow all the way down into, say, Parkersburg, West Virginia, northern and central West Virginia. Seeing some of that snow tonight. More on our Alberta Clippers coming up here in a moment. I want to start off with an update on our wildfire that's burning there in North Carolina that continues to grow. Pilot Mountain State Park. That blaze grew to about 500 acres by midday Monday. And they're telling us it's expected to cover as much as 900 acres with some controlled burns as they try to create some breaks in the blaze to keep it from spreading beyond the perimeter that they've established. Firefighters there in North Carolina, the Forest Service, had an update from the spokesman speaking to the Winston-Salem Journal this past evening. He says, Jimmy Holt, the Forest Service ranger, said it's been increasing throughout the day. We have good, solid containment lines around the base of the mountain. That's where we're going to hold it and hopefully catch it. Firefighters began setting controlled burns this past day. That's going to keep it on state park property, keeping it on the mountain. We want homeowners to understand we're not going to let this thing leave the park property. No homes or private businesses in danger at this point in time. No buildings within the park, including the visitor center, are threatened, he says. We've taken measures to kind of triage those structures to create good, defensible space. Now, he reiterated earlier reports that the fire that started Saturday near the park's Grindstone Trail was human-caused in some form. They're investigating in an effort to pinpoint what sparked the blaze. 80 to 90 firefighters battling the fire this past day. But all parts of the park are closed at this point in time. Clouds of smoke turned orange by the setting sun, hanging over the Winston-Salem skyline this past evening. County officials urging residents to not call 911 to report smoke in the area unless flames are visible. But those dry, breezy conditions that helped fuel the fire over the weekend continued this past day. North Carolina officials issued a statewide outdoor burning ban that went into effect at 5 o'clock this past day, citing the dry conditions that are prevailing in the state. National Weather Service says that relative humidity will fall into the 25 to 35% range overnight and into Tuesday morning and through the day into Tuesday evening. Winds could be gusting 20 to 25 miles per hour throughout the day today. So definitely an increased risk of dangerous fire growth there in North Carolina. So update number one. All right, so Thanksgiving barely in the rearview mirror. The weather took a bit of a wintry turn across the Great Lakes in the Northeast. And wintry weather will persist much of this week. As we turn the page on the calendar, flipping things over into December, there's a series of at least 3 quick-moving storm systems that will unleash additional rounds of snow, slippery travel, and generally chilly conditions. Now, even though warmer air is forecast to build and expand over much of the country this week, forecasters say there's going to be a stubborn pocket of cold air that'll stay put from the upper Midwest into New England and parts of the central Appalachians and the mid-Atlantic regions over the next several days. The coldest air may gradually retreat as the week progresses, but it's going to put up a fight along the way, lingering closest to the Canadian border. Got a bit of a southward dip in the jet stream that'll keep cold air locked in across the northern tier, and a series of systems, a.k.a. we call them Alberta Clippers, will ride along that plunge in the jet stream. These often quick-moving systems are named for the Canadian province from which they originate, tend to be very low in moisture content, but they do trigger a bit of snow on the northern and colder side. We had one weekend system that paved the way for the upcoming Clippers. We did see some accumulating snow in parts of the Great Lakes, the Appalachians, portions of the central Appalachians on up into New England. For some areas, it was the first measurable snow of the season. Yeah, it looked more like a winter wonderland as some of the college and NFL football teams battled each other in the elements, snow-whitened fields over the weekend. It continues to trigger snow showers and even mix snow and rain showers from New York to Pennsylvania, parts of Maryland and New Jersey this past day. The next clipper in the series, already producing snow from parts of northern Minnesota, portions of Wisconsin and Michigan. There will be a general 1 to 3 inches of snow forecast with some locally higher amounts as that storm moves southeast across the Great Lakes on into Tuesday, into portions of western and northern Pennsylvania, western, northern, and central New York into Tuesday night. Now, we could see some higher amounts, 3 to 6 inches, accumulating in the central and southern portions of the lower peninsula of Michigan there. Could see some travel concerns where the snow falls during the overnight hours. Road surface temperatures will be the lowest. So definitely a slippery accumulation of snow. You'll see some slush and icy spots. You need to be prepared for some slippery travel into Tuesday morning around Detroit to Lansing, Grand Rapids and Saginaw, Michigan, on over into Cleveland, Erie, PA, Bradford, PA, Buffalo and Jamestown, New York. Slippery conditions anticipated along portions of I-75, 80, 94, and 96 in Michigan. You've got I-79, 80, and 81, as well as 90 over the interior portions of the Northeast. Since this particular clipper is projected to weaken as it approaches the Atlantic coast later on today and into Tuesday night, just a slight risk of enough snow to cause travel issues along the I-95 corridor there in the Northeast. Then you've got another clipper forecast to roll across portions of the Great Lakes in the Northeast from Wednesday into Thursday. The potential to bring up a few more inches of snow to parts of the interior. Air may not be quite as cold for this particular clipper versus the storm we're looking at on into the day Tuesday here. And this storm may track slightly further to the north as well. So with a more northward track and more exposure to milder air, not as many areas in southern Michigan, Pennsylvania, and southern New York will see accumulation. That Wednesday to Thursday clipper is also going to weaken as it moves away from the Great Lakes. So any precip that reaches the Atlantic coast will probably be light and spotty in nature. And then lastly, a third clipper forecast to track even further south, perhaps along the U.S.-Canadian border. I should say further to the north, Thursday into Friday. This might limit any accumulating snows as we wrap up the week to maybe the northern tiers of Michigan, upstate New York, out up into northern New England. So it may not be until a fourth storm travels across the southern tier of Canada next weekend that a strong push of cold air returns. But it's going to be the magnitude of that cold and another feature that could set the stage for more wintry troubles in the Northeast, looking all the way ahead to early next week. All right, there's a number of scenarios setting up on the weather maps for the period of next Sunday through Tuesday in the Northeast. Now, he added that one idea just has colder air sweeping into the region once again, no big storm, but there's another, some of the models showing a disturbance rolling northeast as the colder air is coming in, could result in a strengthening storm that may unleash some snow across the interior Northeast, maybe even a wintry mix along that I-95 corridor. Now, that's a pretty good ways out, so we won't bother with worrying about that at this point in time, because the forecast, as always, will be subject to change. All right, so aside from our snow, our Alberta clipper there in the Great Lakes region that will be impacting parts of the Northeast today, most of the country, the rest of the map is relatively quiet. A few spotty showers in south central and west central South Dakota tonight. Cold air is the concern. Cold air all the way down to the Gulf Coast, believe it or not. Yes, we've got freeze warnings in effect that kicked in here at the midnight hour till 8 a.m. Eastern Time for portions of southeastern Alabama, south central and southwestern Georgia, and the Big Bend and the panhandle of Florida region. Frost and freeze conditions will kill crops and other sensitive vegetation. Lows are forecast to drop between 27 and 32 degrees. Yes, way down in the deep south. So a chilly start. I'm kind of zooming in on the map here. Yeah, areas right along the Gulf Coast, you'll have the warmer ocean waters or Gulf waters that'll prevent a hard freeze. But so Panama City along the beach direct and Apalachicola, those areas, you just a bit further, yet just a little ways inland from the coast, and you've got freeze warnings. So you've got Tallahassee to Perry, down into Cross City, Florida. And those areas, again, southwestern Georgia, southeastern Alabama, frost advisories even extending further to the south and east tonight. So a chilly start to your Tuesday. Guess it's right on cue because we're almost into the month of December. All right, popped up on my stream chat here, and all the comments that have been posted thus far are gone. So I'll start getting messages at this point in time. So, yeah, jump on board. Let me, this kind of put a big smile on my face. Got this email a few hours ago, and you're going to love it. Just wanted to send you an email, let you know I'm a new listener. Been driving for 8 years for Midway LLC. I have a dedicated route from Marysville, Ohio to Georgetown, Kentucky. Now, I'll be honest, I never really listened to talk radio, although I was aware of the Bozo program years ago because my grandfather listened religiously. Anyway, I stopped at a Flying J truck stop north of I-70 on I-75 this morning and found myself essentially stranded when my tractor died just in front of the fuel island. Well, there was an owner-operator in the pump behind me, and after he finished fueling, he saw I was having trouble, and he offered to help. Apparently, my starter had gone bad, and after a short diagnosis, this guy says, "Yeah, no biggie, I'll bump start you." Well, at this point, let me say I'm in no way, shape, or form mechanically inclined, but this guy obviously knew his stuff. And the fact that he was like 9 feet tall and looked like he could kill me with little or no effort was reason enough for me to follow his lead. Anyway, after he backed out of the fuel island, turned his rig around and backed back into the fuel island, put the rear of his truck against mine, he then instructed me to turn the key on, release the brakes, put the truck in fifth gear, and hold the clutch down until I got rolling. Well, after he pushed me about 10 feet, I released the clutch, and much to my relief, it roared to life. Well, after my truck was running, we had vacated the fuel island and the crowd of spectators that had gathered to watch. We found a parking spot, and after a cup of coffee, he reminded me not to shut the engine off until I got back to the home terminal. So again, a cup of coffee, he formally and, well, humbly, maybe not so humbly, introduced himself as, and I quote, "the rootinest, tootinest, piston-clanking, coffee-drinking, truck-driving-est mother trucker that ever sucked a breath of diesel fumes. Big Moose." He then started to tell me about your new show and directed me to your YouTube channel. Well, I watched several of your podcasts today, and I'll be watching daily now. I was thoroughly entertained, and I hear all these characters on the show and wonder what they're like in person. Well, I can tell you this. I got acquainted with the Big Moose, and if I had heard him on the radio, I would have thought he was pulling my chain. But seeing his knowledge and experience and the passion for this industry firsthand, it's nice to know that at least some of the tales of the old days are true. You can't learn that stuff from a book. And the way he maneuvered that rig backwards, just as confidently as he drove it forward, never missing a thing. Wow. That's all I can say. I hope one day I can help and leave an impression on a younger driver like he did me today. I told him I'd call the show sometime, but I didn't have a CB handle. Well, he then informed me my new handle is push to start. All right, have a wonderful evening, and I'll be listening. So, new listening friend, push to start. I guess that's an appropriate handle, right? But yeah, there you go. Like I said, that put a bit of a smile on my face. Great to have you on board. Push to start. We're looking forward to hearing from you one of these days. All right, hello to Sylvester. He's on board. Good afternoon. Checking in from Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia, where it's 68 degrees. Still kind of rainy, though. Dave checking in from the home, 20 tonight in East Central Indiana. I had to go in for jury duty Monday, but something happened during the selection process, and they sent every one of us home, said we were excused. Well, I cannot say I'm upset, as it was set to be a 5-day trial plus. So I get an extra night tonight with the missus. I'll be catching the podcast later. Stay safe, drivers out there. Keep its shiny side up. All right, nothing disappointed about being relieved from jury duty, right? Santa Claus on board. Hello, checking in from Stockton, California at the DC. Got 60 degrees and dry conditions. Philly Dan is on board. Morning, everybody from Philadelphia. 31 degrees. Love the show. God bless the Rambler. All right, Jeff, let's see. That's right. I'm sorry, Dave. I forgot about you down under. Happy holidays. Morning to Lori Glory, and that's a great story about the big moose there. Yeah, wasn't that? Yeah, cool story. 007 checking in from Wilmington, Illinois at the Petro truck stop there tonight. Our number 844-844-3388. Jump on in here as we get things rolling into a Tuesday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
great to have you on board. Round the country, as always. Hotline is 844-844-3388. And speaking of the cast of characters, hello, Jolly Green Giant.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I hope everybody had a happy Turkey Day.
Gobble, gobble.
And by the way, I kind of knew that was about Moose. I kind of knew. It's the only one that I know of that's 10 feet tall and it's got a heart bigger than a Mack truck.
Yeah.
But I kind of knew that that's who we were talking about. And I wanted to, I congratulate Moose for setting a good example for us truckers out here that have been out here for years. So I had a surprise there Sunday. Fly Rod and his wife come up there to spend time with her family up for Washington Courthouse. And my wife there said to me Saturday, said, why don't you set something up for tomorrow? So on Saturday night, I started texting Fly Rod about coming through to Cincinnati. Sure enough, so we got together. So at 3 o'clock in the morning, Saturday morning, I slapped on some barbecue ribs and slapped them into the oven. And I stayed there and got up at 3 o'clock in the morning, slapped those in the oven with my rub on it. And 5 hours later, I had those ready, made them a cheese ball. So we head over there to Cracker Barrel there on Field Order Road, and we got to meet the one and the only Fly Rod and his wife. And had a wonderful time sitting in breakfast, and guess what? And the subject turned to you. So I asked Fly Rod if he had ever met you, and he said he hadn't. I told him, I said, well, maybe sometime here we'll get together. We'll go over to Northgate, and we'll go over there, and we'll meet Steve, you know?
Yeah.
But we had a great time, and top of that, I got a long text from Fly Rod concerning my ribs and said that it was the best barbecue ribs that they had ever had and told me not to change my formula.
There you go.
I've only been smoking ribs now for about probably 3 months, and I've got my rubs and everything down the way I want, and I think I'm just going to keep my recipe the way it is. So then I made them. I've been making cheese balls. My mom taught me how to make cheese balls, and I have been making them for a good many years. I make on average probably during Thanksgiving and Christmas probably about 10 cheese balls a year. So I made them a cheese ball and gave them some crackers and got to meet their Labradoodle dog.
Labradoodle, there you go.
Talking about that sucker standing there jumped up on me, and his legs are laying on my shoulder and just licking me and just glad to say hi to me. And I just want to thank Fly Rod and his wife for being gracious hosts. It was a pleasure meeting them, and my wife was just absolutely thrilled to talk to his wife. So I just thought I'd bring it to your attention. We had a good holiday weekend, very relaxful, and listened to your show a little bit last night, and kind of glad to get back to work and to try to pay some bills. And I just want to say I hope everybody is being safe tonight, and I hope that they don't end up in that snow up north. We do have some drivers up there, and so I hope that everybody's going to be safe tonight. Either way, Steve, I just wanted to say hi and just let you know. I'm sure that Fly Rod will put that picture right on you. He said he was going to put it on your Steve Sommers page, and I don't know what page that is, but I told him to go ahead.
Yeah.
Either way, man, I might. Either way, I just wanted to say I hope you and your family had a good holiday weekend, and looking forward to listening to your show tonight. So either way, just thought I'd check in with you and let you know we got to meet the Fly Rod.
That's great. All right.
There you go.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Have a good night, man.
This little program bringing people together around the country, right? That's pretty nifty. All right, Scooter, got your pictures here a moment ago. See, he's rolling down the interstate. Where you at out there? Steve, it's a little snowy here in Maumee, Ohio tonight. Everybody be safe. It's time for me to roll south. Now, let's see. This particular photo, the interstate is kind of white. I don't know, maybe that's not the interstate. He's on some side roads there, but yeah, snow-covered roadways, a little slice and die. Now, this next picture is on the highway. You got kind of like one clear lane and snow on either side. So, yeah, a little slippery conditions. Be careful out there. And I guess for the most part, this is probably the first snow of the season in many of these. So, when you get that first snowfall, you don't have any like base treatment. Once you get into the winter and they've been salting roads a couple times a week with every little storm that comes through, you get a good base of salt and whatnot and treatments on the road. But that first snow of the season, that'll oftentimes catch a lot of people off guard. All right, around the country, it is 844-844-3388. Under our industry headlines, it's kind of crazy. There are truck drivers out there that have, for all practical purposes, nearly been rolling for, it's got to be getting close to 2 years now, with the hours of service kind of out the window. With this national emergency declaration that was initially issued when the whole pandemic first started. Like I said, it's getting close to 2 years now. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration has now extended the national emergency declaration through the month of February. Now, this is regulatory relief for truck drivers, providing what they call direct assistance in relief efforts related to the COVID pandemic. The declaration, which provides emergency relief from the hours of service regulations, extended now through February the 28th. That exemption was set to expire today, as a matter of fact. So I don't know how many extensions have we had, but I mean one after another after another. The first declaration was March 13th of 2020. It has since been modified and extended several times. So this unprecedented federal exemption, like I said, will be approaching the 2-year mark by the end of this extension. So the direct assistance means transportation and other relief services provided by a motor carrier or its driver to the immediate restorations, things that are essential for the restoration of essential services, medical care, essential supplies. So the extension is limited to transportation of these items: livestock and livestock feed, medical supplies and equipment related to testing, diagnosis, and treatment of COVID-19, vaccines, constituent products, and medical supplies and equipment, including ancillary supplies and kits for the administration of vaccines, supplies and equipment necessary for community safety, sanitation, and prevention of community transmission of COVID. Talking about things like masks, gloves, hand sanitizer, soap and disinfectants, food and paper products and other groceries for an emergency restocking of distribution centers or stores, gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, ethyl alcohol, and supplies to assist individuals impacted by the consequences of the pandemic, including building materials for individuals displaced as a result of the emergency. So there you go, through the month of February of 2022. On and on it goes. It makes you kind of wonder, do we need hours of service regulations? Yeah, some drivers haven't been having to follow much of that. All right, we'll get our news break in here and back to your calls. Want to jump in? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg. President Biden is talking with CEOs and other business leaders about supply chain gridlock and holiday shopping. During a White House photo op, Biden saying he's very pleased about the cooperation between business and labor in dealing with supply chain bottlenecks at U.S. ports.
I want to hear from each of you about what you're seeing this holiday season. How well prepared are you to have products you need on your shelves, and know how you've innovated and hired to overcome these supply chain challenges.
Biden also calling the new Omicron coronavirus variant a cause for concern but not panic. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is promising the lights will stay on this winter in Texas following a near collapse of the state's electrical system last February. USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you are not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice Plans.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help. You can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed, that's our number, and lines are available if you'd like to jump on board. Good to have you with us. Hope your week's off to a good start. As I said, on the heels of the Thanksgiving holiday weekend, the holidays are upon us. Story this past day, I believe, actually ran in Newsweek. All this discussion of the supply chain crisis, right? And as we've been talking ad nauseum about a, quote, driver shortage in the country, we're in a supply chain crisis. Store shelves empty, prices skyrocketing, ports packed with freight waiting to be trucked out. Off the coasts of New York and Los Angeles, cargo ships backed up with containers now waiting weeks to be unloaded. The trucking industry has been blamed for a driver shortage for goods not getting from the port to the shelf. But the truth is, there is no trucker shortage. There is a pay shortage. Very interesting. That's pretty much what OOIDA has been saying for years, is it not? The trucking industry, one driver says, I'm a hazmat tanker truck driver. I effectively drive a bomb for a living. And in 2020, I made only $4,000 more than I took home in 2005. I've spent my entire life living below the state median household income everywhere I've lived. Truck drivers are the most logistically critical and yet lowest paid link in the supply chain. We haul the frozen turkeys that get carved at your table. We run oxygen tankers for half a shift and operate specialized equipment and other. We pump off the jet fuel that launches the planes into the sky. And gravity drop the gasoline that combusts in your engine. The inputs and outputs of the world move through our hands and rests on our shoulders. If you got it, a trucker brought it. Who is a truck driver? Well, we're everybody. Truckers are black and white. We're Catholics, evangelicals, Sikhs, Muslims, Hindus, Mormons, Jews. We're some of the least bigoted people around. You try hating on a dude you share a truck with. It don't work. I worked 12 to 14-hour shifts throughout the pandemic. I caught COVID from a coworker since we shared the same truck. So I took 10 days off and then went back to work. The boss class zoomed in while the working class put out. Our jobs are essential because they're rooted in manufacturing and delivering the goods. The underpinning of every major economy on the planet, and unlike politicians who materially improve the lives of American people, and yet this essential job is pays a garbage wage. The median annual income for a truck driver in this country is less than $40,000 a year. Now, for many of us, 50% of our take-home pay immediately disappears to cover rent. Compare that to the median annual income for a cop in this country, which is $67,000 per year. That's enough to buy a house, raise a family, and live a life. Meanwhile, truck drivers have the 7th most deadly job in America, with the highest number of fatalities per year, while cops come in at 22nd. A truck driver is 200% more likely than a cop to get killed on the job. Cops have unions. Most truckers don't. Union jobs pay better and play safer. We need change. We need better pay. No, this is always a hot topic when you start saying, we need unions. This past April, the president raised the federal contractors' minimum wage to $15 an hour with an executive order. 14026. He should make it $25 an hour. Yeah, why 25? Well, the median rent for a one-bedroom apartment in this country is $1,422 a month. $25 an hour means that the lowest paid employee of a federal contractor working 40 hours per week, a taxpayer-funded employee, would spend about 30% of their take-home pay on rent. I think that should be the baseline for all of us, he says. Meanwhile, the largest corporations in America, my employer included, are federal contractors. Through executive order, union guy Joe could prioritize federal contracts to contractors who have collective bargaining agreements. This would bring unions to the nation's largest trucking and logistics companies, as well as Amazon, Google, Microsoft, big tech and low tech jobs alike. The message the president should be sending out is simple. You want to suckle at that sweet fed teat? Unionize, or you'll get weaned. Like I said, there's differing opinions on all this, but he says if FDR taught us anything, is that presidents can make big things happen. With big unions, we built big modern power plants to electrify the nation. We built big factories to build fast as lightning cars. Union workers got big middle-class paychecks. This is history, not hope. Now, I'm not hopeful that the Democrat allegiance to working-class unions is a campaign strategy, not a governing reality. We're out of options, though. We can't work our way out of poverty. We can't vote our way out of poverty. I just turned 46. I live in a working, poor neighborhood where families gather at the stoplights on the weekends collecting donations to cover funeral expenses for a dead little girl or cancer treatments for a dying old man. The streets are dotted with sidewalks, signs peddling cash for diabetic strips, cash for mobile homes. I can only hope the supply chain crisis is maybe the wake-up call that we all need. Opinion piece, obviously, but I thought I'd throw it your way. I don't know. Union, it's 844-3388. Now, let's see. I'm not seeing a name there. Somebody wanted to expand on Jolly Green's story, though.
Captain Ron.
Hello, Ron. How the heck are you?
Morning. I'm all right. A little chilly down here in Florida. It's about 40 degrees around I-10 and 75. Know where that's at. Today's a pretty important day for us Floridians. It's the last day of hurricane season.
Ah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big one. So anyway, that Jolly Green has corrupted our beloved fly rod.
Oh, no.
You know, he gave him those ribs and that cheese ball But what he didn't tell you is that he's staying home with some of them high society croissants. And Fly Rod actually ate them, soaking up all that barbecue sauce. So Jolly Green has corrupted our beloved Fly Rod. He pushed him over to the dark side.
Oh, boy.
So I don't know what we're going to do now. That's all I had for the night. How about that, well, I did have one thing. How about that travel ban? When you got wide open southern border, you just walk right in. I thought it was
right.
racist.
Yep,
The
right.
last time that happened.
Somebody sent me a story where something akin to Joe Biden thinks that we don't have a memory. Now, he may not have a memory, but he thinks none of us have a memory. We don't remember when it was absolutely horrific to issue travel bans when Donald Trump was president. But now that he's president, it's a whole new ball game. Yep.
Yeah, let's go, Brandon. So thanks for taking my call. I'll jump off of here and let some intelligent callers on.
Thank you very much. Good to have you with us there, Captain Ron. Yeah, here it is. New variations of the COVID continue to appear. Omicron. South Africa, the new variation. In response, Joe Biden announcing new travel restrictions on the country of South Africa, despite previous comments that these sort of bans were racist and xenophobic. Take you back to February of 2020. Joe Biden said Trump's travel ban on China, as well as other countries, was the result of hysteria, xenophobia, and fear-mongering. Those were his words. We need to lead the way with science, Biden claimed, adding that not Donald Trump's record of hysteria, xenophobia, and fear-mongering. He's the worst possible person to lead our country through a global health emergency. Again, quote, Biden opposed Trump's travel ban on China, as well as 6 other countries. At the time, it was Tanzania, Sudan, Nigeria, Myanmar, Kyrgyzstan. Well, Biden even doubled down against travel bans as late as March of 2020, when he said a wall will not stop the coronavirus. Banning all travel from Europe, he continued, or any part of the world will not stop it. This disease could impact every nation and any person on the planet. We need a plan to combat it. Again, opposing Trump's effort to restrict travel in an effort to combat the spread of the virus. Suddenly, now that Biden controls the White House, he's implementing travel bans. Apparently completely blind to his own hypocrisy. In a statement, Biden says, this morning I was briefed by my chief medical advisor, Dr. Tony Fauci, and the members of our COVID response team about the Omicron variant. As a precautionary measure, until we have more information, I'm ordering additional air travel restrictions from South Africa and 7 other countries. These new restrictions will take effect November 29th, which, of course, that was this past day. They are in effect. My, how things change, right? If Trump does it, it's bad. But if I do it, it's fine. That's the mentality. About 8 before the hour. Quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I can't remember who it was. Someone gave us a call this on the Monday morning program about asking about the new pickup trucks. The Ohio State Highway Patrol was going to be debuting. I came across the story. I saw it from CDL Life this past day. The Ohio State Highway Patrol recently debuting new vehicles that will target overweight trucks. In a Friday social media post, the Highway Patrol gave viewers a look at the new portable scale truck. A new patrol vehicle being introduced, which carries portable scales for the weighing of commercial vehicles where stationary platform scales are not present, said the statement. The new scale trucks will be tackling overweight violations across the state, which can cause crashes and roadway damage. That was the statement from the Highway Patrol. All right, about 5 before the hour. One other quick industry headline here before we get back to your calls. A suspect arrested on multiple charges in connection with the shooting targeting a big rig. 24-year-old Armoni Russell, charged with attempted first-degree murder, aggravated discharge of a firearm at an occupied vehicle, unlawful use of a weapon, and resisting or obstructing a peace officer, according to the Illinois State Police. The shooting took place on I-94, Dan Ryan Expressway in Chicago earlier this year. Police said Russell opened fire on the semi-truck driven by a 26-year-old Illinois driver. The truck was hit by gunfire, but the truck driver, thankfully, was not hurt. Illinois State Police attempted to make contact with Russell regarding the shooting, but he fled from officers on foot that day. An arrest warrant was issued on November 11th. Russell was arrested following a traffic stop on November 23rd, being held without bond in the Cook County Jail. So, finally caught up with him. Meanwhile, back to your calls here, and let me see who we got on the line. Is it Bill?
No, it's Hillbilly.
Hello, Hillbilly.
How we doing?
Doing all right. How was your Thanksgiving weekend? Did you have a good turkey dinner?
It was good. It was definitely different. Last time I talked to you, Steve, I lost my father, and it was definitely hard this year. got Mom through it, and we all got through it okay, so it was all good.
Yeah, it's definitely different with an empty chair there at the table, huh?
Yes, it is. Well, I've lost friends and distant family members, but this first parent I lost, and yeah, I thought I was halfway prepared because Dad's health's been going for a long time, and I wasn't nowhere near prepared for it.
Wow.
So, if you know what I'm saying.
Absolutely. Yep.
I mean, he was a guy I worked with ever since I was a kid on the farm and taught me everything I know. So, it's like a piece of me's gone. I do have a question for you. That driver you talk about that's making $40,000. I wish you'd say who he worked for, because I've been driving almost 20 years, and even my first job driving was $50,000.
I mean, he did say he's hauling a tanker. I mean, is that the issue with the inability to find some of these, supposed tanker drivers to move the gas and diesel fuel around the country right now? I mean, is it are they making horribly low wages?
Not that I know of. I mean, I know a guy of mine trying to get a CDLs because his brother's making killer money driving a diesel tanker. So, I mean, I don't understand. I don't know if someone's just making something up to get his name in the paper or what, because, I mean, my pay's always gone increased almost every year, and when I changed jobs to where I'm at now, it's really increased. So, but I'm not where he's at, or he might be in a part of the country that does pay less. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, undoubtedly, it's going to vary from place to place, and then the cost of living, depending on where you live. I mean, cost of living. If you're trying to live in California, yeah, you can't get by on $40,000 a year.
I don't know where you can live with $40,000 almost anywhere if you're a single income household.
Yep.
It's tough. I mean, it's tough with two. But I don't know. I just want. I seen something on Facebook that your mom or grandmother was in bad health. Did I read that wrong?
I'm not. No, my mom, she's got a hurt leg and whatnot, but I mean, otherwise, she's doing fine.
Oh, okay. I thought I seen something. Like I said, it's been a few weeks ago, so my memory ain't that great anymore. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But like I said, I see something on Facebook. It's just for a second, and I didn't really read it that much, but I thought it was. But it was just a hurt leg. I'm glad she's doing good.
Well, maybe that's probably back when her kitty cat passed away, and she was heartbroken. And I took a night off. We had to take her and then take the kitty cat and have it put down, and she was pretty heartbroken. That's probably what you saw when I took a night off a couple weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Well, I could understand that. Pets become your kids too.
Exactly.
At least my little chihuahuas were like that. Well, Steve, I just literally parked the truck here in my barnyard and gone home for a few hours.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in, Hillbilly. Thanks for checking in here. All right, top of the hour, close out hour number 1. We'll be back with more. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is talking with CEOs and other business leaders about supply chain gridlock and holiday shopping. During a White House photo op, Biden saying he's very pleased about the cooperation between business and labor in dealing with supply chain bottlenecks at U.S. ports.
I want to hear from each of you about what you're seeing this holiday season. How well prepared are you to have products you need on your shelves, and know how you've innovated and hired to overcome these supply chain challenges.
Biden also calling the new Omicron coronavirus variant a cause for concern but not panic. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is promising the lights will stay on this winter in Texas following a near collapse of the state's electrical system last February. USA Radio News.
Right now, we are being joined by Emily Dalton-Smith, who happens to be the head of social impact with Meta, and she is joining us to share with us how we can get involved in Giving Tuesday. Emily, take it away.
As another pandemic year begins to wind down, we want to focus on the goodness we see across our platforms. The power of social connection is changing how people give back to their communities, and I'm really excited to see how people will get involved this Giving Tuesday. I'm also proud Meta is supporting what's important to our community by matching up to $8 million in donations made to nonprofits. Whether you're supporting a Black-owned business through Buy Black Friday, donating to a stranger's fundraiser about a cause you love, or doing something completely different, I really hope people will consider giving. It can make all the difference in the world for someone and can be pretty impactful for the giver, too.
And Emily, where can we go for more information?
You can check out all the details on how Meta is encouraging giving back this holiday season by visiting fb.me/givingseason2021.
A high-profile trial is kicking off in New York City.
On July 2nd, 2020, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's ex-girlfriend and longtime associate, was arrested on multiple criminal charges related to his trafficking and sexual abuse of young women and girls. She was denied bail and remained behind bars in Brooklyn, New York, with her jury trial set to begin today in New York City.
Oh my gosh, I was 14 years old. Like, what the hell, when you're that young?
Epstein accuser Jennifer Arose on NBC News. Epstein pleaded guilty to a felony charge of solicitation of prostitution involving a minor back in 2018. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Twitter founder Jack Dorsey is stepping down as CEO of the social media giant. The move confirmed by Twitter, and it's effective immediately. Dorsey saying he will stay on the board of directors for now, Twitter moving the chief technology officer into that role as CEO. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A caravan with hundreds of Central American, Venezuelan, and Haitian migrants is moving north through Mexico towards the U.S. southern border. With the new COVID variant discovered in Africa, many Americans are worried about the virus coming into the United States. Texas Republican Congressman Ronnie Jackson joins Fox and Friends and says there's a reason to be concerned.
25% of these people are showing up COVID positive. 25%, we know that. That's been documented. Yet we're doing nothing to try to stop COVID from crossing our border with the large number of immigrants that are coming across.
The Texas Department of Public Safety saying most of the migrants don't get tested when entering the United States. AAA says that insurance data shows that the period between Thanksgiving and Christmas has the highest number of auto insurance claims, meaning the highest number of crashes. AAA also warning people when they're out shopping that thieves are also out in abundance as well. Doug Shoup from AAA has some advice on how you can keep you and your new purchases safe.
Lock their car doors and close their windows. Don't leave the vehicle running anytime you're not in it. Never leave belongings or purchases in plain view from outside of the vehicle. Park in populated, well-lit areas, and never hide a spare ignition key on the vehicle.
That audio courtesy of KABC in Los Angeles. More news on Facebook at USA Radio. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Number 2 here on a Tuesday as we wrap up the month of November. Yes, indeed, November 30th coming on here. Some of our other listening friends checking in. Timothy's on board. They're talking about the whole union thing, that story I had shared. Yeah, they said at one point, I was union. It has good and bad. But union definitely not for everybody. Yep. Morning from Rochester, New York. Rockpick checking in, 32 degrees, cloudy. Feels like 27. I passed out earlier from eating Thanksgiving leftovers. Now I'm wide awake, ready for the show. All right, good to have you on board there, Rockpick. Oh, there's Scotty trying to stir up the hornet's nest. Talking about Christmas movies. All right, you tell me, is Die Hard a Christmas movie, yay or nay? Oh, he said Die Hard is the best Christmas movie ever. Now, I'll be honest, as I do pull out the DVDs and the Christmas movies every year, got a whole section of them. Yeah, that's buried for most of the year. And, of course, holidays roll around. And I do pull out Die Hard, the original, for Christmas time. All right, let's see. El Tigre on board. Shout out to all the truckers that make this country run. Yeah, one day on the road is more beneficial than anything a politician does. Let's see. Hired Gun checking in. Number 21 coming in the door tonight. Greetings to everyone. Painted Side stays on top. All tuned in. Hit those like buttons. All right. Thank you much, Hired Gun. Checking in from Georgia, right? All right. A big warm-up will grip the midsection of the country. Yeah, just in time for the arrival of what they call meteorological winter, December 1. That makes for a weather pattern that would be anything but winter-like. Temperatures will soar well above normal. I mean, we're talking as much as 40 degrees in some areas as the warmth builds across the central states, putting some record highs in contention. This warm pattern continues as Denver remains in an unprecedented snow drought. Forecasters also say a localized wind phenomenon could make the temperature rise even to more extreme in some places. Right through Thursday, warmth continues to expand from the high plains further east toward the Mississippi Valley. By Wednesday, much of the midsection of the country, a good 5 to 10 degrees above normal. Parts of the northern high plains from Wyoming to the Dakotas and Montana will be even further above normal, 10 to 20 degrees above normal each day through Wednesday. High temperatures to close out November across much of the northern and central plains would typically be in the 30s and 40s. Now, normal high temperatures are in the 30s by the last few days of November. You get further south, places like Wichita, Kansas, Oklahoma City, and St. Louis, normally see highs in the 50s this time of year. Well, it looks like from Denver to Great Falls, highs are going to be in the 60s through midweek. Could even be challenging the 70-degree mark at times in some locations. Wednesday and Thursday, Denver could kick off the month of December by challenging their daily record high temperatures, which would be 73 Wednesday and 74 Thursday. The temperature's predicted to soar to 77 degrees in Valentine, Nebraska on Thursday, when the normal high there would be 39. So not only will the high be nearly 40 degrees above average, but the temperature is likely to break the old daily record high on December the 2nd by about 3 degrees. Previous record of 74 set in 1998. All right, should be a few good days to get some time out outdoors across the plains, maybe a chance to put up those Christmas lights, decorations for the holidays, or just get out for a walk in those milder temperatures. Breezy conditions will be in place as well, all the way across the northern plains at times, as a couple of disturbances slide across the Canadian prairies to the north. Strongest winds will occur near the eastern slopes of the Rocky Mountains from Montana up into Alberta, British Columbia. The Chinook winds will be kicking in that part of the country, but yeah, unbelievable warmth. About 13 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Good morning, Heat Wave.
Good morning, senor. Well, we're here in Sinclair, Wyoming, heading to Salt Lake City at a little bit of a breeze coming in from the south, and it's 45. And tomorrow, depending on where I'm going, I'll be 55. So there you go.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, it seems like the older we get, the more broke down we become. I don't know if that's true with most of y'all, but that sure enough is true with me. Oh, Lordy. I tell you what, if my head wasn't screwed on cockeyed, I'd have lost it a long damn time ago. Well, got an update on our Edgewood, New Mexico Walmart. They did have it open, and they were limiting to 100 customers. And then I guess yesterday the Edgewood City Fire Marshal came in and shut it down.
Really?
And I've yet to guide. I don't know. It probably got some structural issues there that he's not real comfortable with. So all that work those employees did, the time that building caught fire till the time they reopened it and now have it closed, looks like it went all for naught. So I don't know what in the world's going on out there. The first company I worked for was Contract Freighters, Inc., CFI, out of Joplin, Missouri. And $25,000 was what I started out making a year, and that was in 95. And I thought that was pretty good money because I was in the Air Force, and most I ever made as a sergeant, E4, was I think about $8,000. But I mean, I had the housing was paid for, or most of it was. You know, we had separate rations. I got a clothing allowance each year. You know, so I mean, to go from that little bit to boom, 25,000, I thought I was in fall cotton. And it pretty much stayed that way through the years with the different companies I worked for. I might have got up to 30. And then when I got the dedicated parts run with Snyder there at the GM Ford cross-dock out of Aurora, Colorado, I was stationed, or I was living in Albuquerque, and so that was my main area. And they started me out at $760 a week. And I eventually got up to $870. But I mean, I was still, you know, within $28,000 to $35,000 a year. And, you know, New Mexico is it costs a little bit to live there. There's no doubt about it, because we don't really produce anything. Everything has to be brought in, and we're under the Denver marketing area. So, yeah, it's, you know, it's expensive to live in New Mexico. We'll just put it that way.
Wow.
Even when I went to the oil fields for a couple of months to do fracking, you got paid by the load, and it was on the downturn of the fracking industry, of the fracking. So I went back to Snyder, and they made me a utility driver, and then the quality of life slowly got better. I was making $1,100 a week with a $500 a month stay on. So eventually they said, you know what, we're going to make this permanent. You'll be a utility driver, $1,250 a week. So, I mean, it went up $75,000. And, yeah, I had rental cars, and I had hotel rooms. But the only thing was I was out for a month, 2, or even 3 months at a time before I would go home, because they just needed, people to do that. I mean, it's not an easy job, getting a fully loaded trailer and having to hand unload everything that's in that trailer at the dealerships. And then, of course, the dealerships would have returns, and so you would be, loading that back on the truck. So, what I do now, driving for Yellow, running team, I'm out for a week at a time, or for however long our hours will last us, making 93,000 last year, and I've got more time off to enjoy, what I have made, but, there's always room for more. Of course, with Snyder, I had to pay for my insurance, everything I needed. The company paid a little bit for, but then I'd have to pay the rest. With the union, well, I mean, all I got to do is give them $58 a month, and that pretty much takes care of all my insurance needs. So I'm not hardcore union. I'm not ate up, as some people would like to say. But, I have seen the benefits of being non-union and union. And Snyder always says they don't want to be union because they want to be able to talk to you. It's like, well, I guess I've never had any issues talking to a non-union manager when I'm here at Yellow, so I don't know what their idea is. I guess their idea is they want to make money for the stockholders. Drivers are a dime a dozen. In fact, I was told that by the head of Dedicated with Snyder one year, and that really turned me off on that company. So as soon as this opportunity came about, yeah, I jumped on it just as quick as I could. Oh well, our cameras around the house. We finally picked up an intruder the other night.
Yeah.
That damn coyote.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Big coyote. So he was outside, and apparently the cameras weren't pointed in the right direction except for one. And when the floodlights came on, that dog was surprised, to say the least, because he froze, and then he started booking it to the north, away from the house. So I mean, they've been really active out in my neck of the woods. You can hear them just yipping at night, and whenever they catch something, well, you hear the death screams. But man, I tell you what, it is dry. I mean, I have been posting pictures of memories in the past where we've already had snow, and man, we haven't had but that little bit of a rain shower when I was talking to you the Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Yep.
And really, that's it. I mean, it's bad when the cactus starts shriveling up and demanding for water. That's pretty bad.
That's dry.
But that is dry, sure enough. So, Biden decides he's going to post the travel ban, huh? Well, what is he going to do with the border?
There
What's he
you
going to
go.
do there? Is
Well,
he going to is he going to restart the wall?
Why do we have a travel ban in place from certain countries when the border is wide open? A lot of people have been saying that. It was even in the news break there. You know, what they say, 25% of those coming in. 25% positive, COVID positive, and to date, they're not mandating that those crossing the border get a vaccine. So they'll mandate American working people to get one, but they're not mandating that those coming into the country illegally have to take a vaccine. It's just mind-boggling. But all right, back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. And to the Big Moose. Hey there, Big Moose. What's going on tonight?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers, playing truck driver. How about you?
Well, trying to play radio, but yeah, it was a nice gesture this past day, and thank you for helping grow the audience.
Oh, yeah, no problem. And damn kids, you know, we got a whole generation or two of these truck drivers now that think when the least little bitty thing happens that they just need to block the whole dang world and then call for help. You know, it's a bunch of crap. You know, I told him, he's like, well, it won't. He's sitting there fighting with the ignition. I said, wait a minute. So I went and got a screwdriver and tried to arc the starter, and it was just deader than a hammer. I said, put it in fifth gear, give you a little push, get you out of here. So
yep.
We got him going, you know. But I don't mean to sound magnanimous, but I was in a hurry, and the quicker I got him out of my way, the quicker I got back to the house. But yeah, he seemed like a pretty good kid, and got him going. But the reason I called tonight, Steve, I had a little. This is, as you know, has been an awful year for me, and it just got a little worse. You know, I've always been, you know, I've always prided myself on my hobbies, you know, mess with an old car, or do a little hunting or fishing, or go to a horse race or a ball game or something, you know, just something to keep your mind occupied. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So I thought I've been hearing about this cockfighting. I thought, you know what? I ain't never tried that before. That might be something to get into. Of course, apparently it's not the most legal thing in the world to do, but I wasn't too worried about legalities, so I trained for 2 months, Steve. 2 months. And I mean dedicated every waking minute. That was the most rigorous, enduring training I ever went through. Drove all the way down there to Old Mexico, and them guys wouldn't even let me in the building. Something about you had to own a chicken or something. I mean, what a bunch of BS. And if you didn't think that was funny, you can go straight to hell. That was good stuff.
Oh, boy.
But anyway, keep it twixt the spotted and the solid. I'm going to get down here and play around Hoosierville a while, and we'll catch you on the flip side sometime, somewhere. Come on.
Thank you, Moose. Have a good morning. After all that training, all that exertion, all for naught. That's horrible. All right, several people sent me a link to these. I think, I don't know, it might have been Gilligan. I know Knucklebuster. And he's off, but he does still send me some email here and there. Long Island, New York. Authorities in Long Island investigating a blast that left a crater, and the blast felt miles away Sunday. Police are working with the FBI on the probe to determine whether it could have been a prelude to something bigger. Suffolk County Police Department said the explosion occurred on Fox Island off the coast of West Babylon about 11:40 a.m. when a device was detonated. Authorities received nearly 36 911 calls, no injuries reported. Fox News has reached out to the FBI. Investigators, they say, are not ruling out the idea that the incident may have been a test run for something bigger, such as a possible terrorist attack. Terrorism is always a concern because people do test devices before using them, according to a police spokeswoman. The SCPD is investigating with the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force on this investigation. But this blast left a crater on the north side of the island that measured 4 feet wide and 2 feet deep. Authorities are, they say, seeking a boat that was seen leaving the area at the time. And described as like a 23-foot long boat with stripes. Well, that really narrows it down, but well, that's a pretty good blast, right? A 4 foot wide, 2 foot deep crater. So interesting. It is 844-844-3388. We return with more on a Tuesday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News. I'm Brad Bernards. Representative Brian Steele told Newsmax he's concerned that the Biden administration will use the news about the new Omicron coronavirus variant to push its agenda.
I'm concerned about the public policy responses that the White House is going to put forward. We saw last year children not in school for in-person learning. We cannot allow that to happen again.
He added that it's important that the nation doesn't return to the shutdowns that took place last year. Peter Doocy confronted White House spokeswoman Jen Psaki on the hypocrisy of Joe Biden's travel restriction after his previous statements on how travel restrictions are xenophobic when President Trump announced them in 2020.
What the president was critical of was the way that the former president put out, I believe, a xenophobic tweet and how he called what he called the coronavirus.
This is USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, I certainly would not call it the best of news. Keys to the headline here. OPEC's control over the supply of oil will catapult prices to $150 a barrel in 2023. So says a note from J.P. Morgan this past day. We believe OPEC Plus will defend the oil price with paced volume growth to keep inventories low. The bank does not see how the new Omicron variant of COVID-19, we do not see that putting any sort of a dent in demand for oil. Those are the headlines, but we'll give you the rest of the story momentarily. First, we talked about warming temperatures in the central portions of the country. Residents in the Southwest may be preparing to flip the calendars to the typically cooler month of December, but a building dome of high pressure has different ideas. We're talking about a fall heat wave here. The blast of record-challenging warmth started over the weekend, and experts say upcoming seasonal winds will only enhance the sweltering conditions. The stretch of record-challenging warmth officially became a heat wave after the high temperatures remained abnormally high for more than 2 days. The enhanced heat this week is bolstered by the seasonal Santa Ana winds gusting through the region, putting many areas into the territory of record-breaking temperatures. The heat began building last week, and on Sunday, Woodland Hills, California was the hottest location in the country with a high of 90 degrees. Further north, the city of Oakland broke their daily record by rising to 73 degrees. Much of the state can expect those conditions to linger, with not yet another dome of high pressure to blame. The warm, dry pattern is expected to persist through this week. Some locations across California, Nevada, Utah, Arizona could approach or break daily record highs. The high-temperature dome has pushed the mercury 10 to 20 degrees above normal across the Intermountain West and Southwest deserts, while downtown L.A. typically has temperatures in the upper 60s this time of year. Highs will be into the lower 80s through midweek as we flip the page on the calendar to the month of December. Looks like Wednesday will be the warmest day this week. Temperatures approaching the December 1 record of 85 degrees set in 1972. High temperatures in this area will likely not drop below 70 till probably next weekend. Palm Springs, California has temperatures in the low 70s this time of year. Warmth will be pushing temperatures into the upper 80s at times this week. Temperatures could even approach record levels today, Tuesday. The record would be 91 degrees set in 1949. Other cities that expect to taunt records this week include Palmdale in Ontario, California, Las Vegas, Nevada, and Phoenix, Arizona. Even after the sun goes down, residents won't find too much cooling relief as temperatures remain about 10 degrees above average, including Los Angeles, where the lows are forecast to dip to about 60 Tuesday night. That's well above the average low temperature. Typically, they'd be about 50. California, no stranger to record-challenging warmth. After battling one of the hottest summers on record in the state, the current bout of late fall warmth is expected to be somewhat long-lasting due to the weather setup. A dip in the jet stream remains across northwestern Mexico or just offshore, just kind of solidifying the position of the high pressure. So some gusty winds are expected to arrive as well this week. All right, winds will not be as strong in the mountains and the passes early this week compared to the recent Santa Ana wind event, but gusts enough to cause wildfires to spread quickly if any were to start. Wind gust will generally range from 30 to 50 miles per hour from the northeast and could kick up some dust, reducing visibility for travelers. Of course, increasing concern about the risk of wildfire development. Fire danger is elevated across Southern California through at least Wednesday of this week. Now, the Storm Prediction Center has designated an area of Southern California as having elevated fire risk Monday and Tuesday. Low humidity, gusty winds, daytime temperatures, high temperatures, the ongoing drought conditions that persist in the Southwest. Right now, over 80% of California is in extreme drought once again. Forecasters urging residents to be extra careful with any flames, especially as Hanukkah continues to get underway and celebrators ignite candles. Now, this should also be in mind with any electronic holiday decorations around the house. Check the No Burn Days website to see what kind of regulations are in place when it comes to burning wood in fireplaces, stoves, or fire pits. Looks like the high winds and warm conditions will come to an end by the weekend as the Santa Ana winds end and temperatures return a bit closer to normal. Okay, so kind of cooking out west. How about that? Back to the calls here. Yes, hello, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. So here we are on a Tuesday. So anyways, there was a big announcement in Baltimore yesterday that they're going to, well, they've been announced it before, but they had some of the high up muckety-muck people from Washington there. So Senator Ben Cardin, he showed up, and they were all talking about the expansion of the Howard Street Tunnel, which is a major part of the underground system for the railway to get from the port out to the outside world there. It has to go through downtown, and they've never been able to haul double stack containers through the tunnel. It doesn't have enough clearance for double stack containers. So they have that tunnel to make bigger, and some bridges to raise, and then they'll be able to haul double stack containers out of the Port of Baltimore, which they're saying is going to make them one of the leaders in the country of on the East Coast for being able to unload shipping and get containers moved across the country from our area here. So they're talking an increase of 140,000 containers. Now, how many containers are there on one of them big ships there? Now to begin with, I don't know if they're ever going to get the super ships over here anyways, because as we got the problem right now, they either have to go all the way around South America and back up, or come down around Africa and come across the Atlantic to get over here. So, or I guess they could go through is that the Suez Canal where that one got stuck sideways there last year? Right. I guess they could try to cut through there and come across the Atlantic that way. I guess they wouldn't have to go through Africa, But anyways, there's a lot of logistical issues with getting the great big ships over here to Baltimore. And then the next thing I don't know is if they'll actually have clearance under the bridges. We got the Bay Bridge there to get across, out up to the Baltimore Harbor, and then the Key Bridge coming right into the harbor. So I'm not sure how it all work for them there. If they'll be able to get all the big ships in, but I don't know. It's just, it'll increase it some, but they were saying it's going to be, I forget how many jobs, like 14,000 jobs or something. They got a whole big number of jobs that's going to increase and everything. And I don't know, they didn't really break it down on what jobs were what jobs and everything. But it was, kind of a lot of smoke and mirrors again, just. Mm-hmm. I guess the way they're going to try to spend money and make it sound like they're actually doing something and probably not accomplish a whole lot. So anyway, that Jen Psaki there, I was listening on the news there. She said that when Biden there was talking about the being a xenophobic deal, having the travel ban for Asia, that it was just talking about a tweet that our former president had made, our former great president. Now, can we roll the tape? Can we get out the tape and roll the tape? Because I seem to remember the whole bunch of them there, besides saying they weren't taking President Trump's vaccination because it was going to kill everybody. And they were all saying that it was the travel, that people shouldn't be restricted to travel. I don't remember him saying anything about just the way he formed the tweet against the people.
Remember Nancy Pelosi there in, I think she was it in China? Come on down to Chinatown. There's no reason to be concerned. Dr. Fauci was saying there's no reason to be concerned, like the virus wasn't going to show up here in the United States. Of course, it was already here. That was then, though. This is now.
Okay, we're supposed to forget all that, right?
Yeah, right.
That's all in the past. We don't remember that now. Can we roll the tape? Please roll the tape. I don't know. But anyway, so the other thing you had going there, you're talking this morning about extending the waiver of hours of service for the transportation for the relief effort for the COVID net. From what I understand, the guy I'm worked for and some other people I've talked to, I guess there's a lot of paperwork you have to follow, and there's T's to be dotted and I's to be crossed, and you got to show all kinds of proof of what you were doing and exactly how you did it and everything. And if anything's not in order, I guess it's pretty easy that you could be in violation. So I don't know. I really don't know of anybody that's even taken advantage of trying to work with that, the waiver of the hours of service for that, for the virus situation, the federal mandate. So, and you were mentioning the fuel and everything. So I haven't really talked to a lot of the gasoline drivers. They kind of stay on their side of the fence. We stay on our side of the fence at the loading rack. We don't really intermix with each other. But I really haven't heard or seen anything that anybody's using it. So I don't know. I guess we'd have to hear from our old buddy Gator. Has Gator even touched in on this platform at all? Has he found us over here?
I think maybe during the first few days when we got back up and running, he did call to say hey, but have not heard from him since.
But he was our good grocery hauler down there for Food Lion there, running the gap. Yep. So it'd be interesting to hear from maybe some of the grocery haulers if they're still doing that, because I remember the last time we talked to him there, he was working, they were working 100 hours a week, and just couldn't get enough work done. So, but that was in the beginning there when we had no toilet paper left on the shelves and all that.
Exactly.
So, but anyways there, so I don't know. There was a couple other things I had, but they were the major things I had so far. So, but yeah, maybe you want to check into what they announced there for the Port of Baltimore and what their expansion plans are. Because as I say, there was a whole big deal. The governor was there, and they had some, at least one senator bragging about what it was going to do. And so I guess the only other thing I saw there, I saw a deal there. I didn't realize that you guys out there in Cincinnati have an abandoned underground subway system. Do you know anything about this abandoned underground subway system out there in the Cincinnati area?
Yeah. It's I don't actually recall when they were in the process of building it. Yeah, but you go down with the Columbia Parkway, and you can see the old what would have been the entrances and whatnot to the subway. They're all kind of covered up and whatnot. But yeah, there's a whole system underground. I guess just a lot of rats. I don't know, homeless people maybe living down there. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. There seems to be a whole civilization down there that kind of like what you'd see in a Batman movie or something. the underground people living down there in the abandoned subway tunnel there. So that was kind of interesting. I come across that there. But I was just wondering what you knew about that, and didn't know if that was at the beginnings of the trolley system there you guys have with the streetcar named Desire, and why everybody thought that was going to be a great thing. But that was kind of interesting to see a little bit about that. So, anyways, hey, with all that nonsense, I guess we'll let you go. And thanks to Big Moose there for trying to keep us look like the shining knights that we used to be in the day back when we used to wear our down vests and our Caterpillar baseball caps there, like Jerry Reed always wore there, right?
Your old Buster Brown uniform, right? Thank you, Horse Feathers. Be safe out there. And, quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back out of here. Hello to neighbor Dave. Checking in this morning. Haven't heard from you in a while there, Dave. Everything going all right? Yeah, I saw a post where the wife wasn't feeling real good on Thanksgiving Day. That kind of sucks. She said she was in bed freezing. So you missed out on her Thanksgiving, huh? Hello to Rick there in Columbus, Ohio, checking in this morning. Gary's on board. All right, let me give you the rest of the scoop here from the whole memo from J.P. Morgan Chase. Rising oil prices are here to stay, according to J.P. Morgan. The bank estimating that Brent prices could hit $150 per barrel in 2023 as the OPEC Plus cartel controls supply and defends higher prices. That means the Biden administration's release of strategic reserves will have little impact on the underlying price of oil, as was made clear in the initial price reaction in oil last week after the government flooded the market with 50 million barrels. The main driver behind oil prices is supply and demand. And while the Omicron COVID variant did put a dent in prices Friday, with investors fearing the potential countries going back to lockdown that could reduce travel and lower demand for oil, J.P. Morgan viewed that price move as an overreaction. We believe the market may overestimate the impacts of the recent emergence of Omicron when it comes to oil prices during the U.S. holiday period. In a Monday note, J.P. Morgan said, interfering that there will be little to no slowdown in holiday travel, even as Omicron, the variant spreads. With demand for oil likely to remain steady, supply will remain the key driver behind prices for years to come. And with OPEC Plus being firmly in the driver's seat once again for oil prices, J.P. Morgan thinks Brent crude will hit $120 per barrel in 2022 and could even overshoot the $150 per barrel in 2023, representing potential upside of as much as 100% from current levels. We believe OPEC Plus will defend the oil prices with paced volume growth to keep the inventories low, markets in balance, and reservoirs well managed. Now, increased supply from U.S.-based producers could help put some downward pressure on oil prices, but the U.S. rig count is about half what it was in 2019, pre-COVID. And investments back into that sector have been slow ever since oil prices turned briefly negative, the onset of the pandemic in 2020. That is a recipe for rising oil prices, at least until U.S. production hits levels that were last seen before the pandemic. So while we could have the ability to turn things around if we would start drilling, drill baby drill in this country, like we did several years ago, but we're not now. All right, meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Somebody get the phone. Rolling into a Tuesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. The quest to pass defense policy legislation hit a new obstacle in the Senate Monday as Minority Leader Mitch McConnell vowed to oppose advancing the bill further without progress on amendment votes. He'll oppose an imminent vote to cut off debate on the Senate version of the annual National Defense Authorization Act, citing GOP calls for more amendment votes. President Biden said Monday that while travel restrictions imposed on travelers from several southern African nations would slow the entry of the Omicron variant of the coronavirus, it cannot prevent it. Biden said COVID-19 cannot be defeated until the rest of the world is vaccinated.
To beat the pandemic, we have to vaccinate the world as well. And America is leading that effort. We've shipped for free more vaccines to other countries than all other countries in the world combined.
This is USA Radio News.
Right now, we are being joined by Emily Dalton-Smith, who happens to be the head of social impact with Meta, and she is joining us to share with us how we can get involved in Giving Tuesday. Emily, take it away.
As another pandemic year begins to wind down, we want to focus on the goodness we see across our platforms. The power of social connection is changing how people give back to their communities, and I'm really excited to see how people will get involved this Giving Tuesday. I'm also proud Meta is supporting what's important to our community by matching up to $8 million in donations made to nonprofits. Whether you're supporting a Black-owned business through Buy Black Friday, donating to a stranger's fundraiser about a cause you love, or doing something completely different, I really hope people will consider giving. It can make all the difference in the world for someone and can be pretty impactful for the giver, too.
And Emily, where can we go for more information?
You can check out all the details on how Meta is encouraging giving back this holiday season by visiting fb.me/givingseason2021.
Hollywood actor Matthew McConaughey on Sunday announced he will not run for Texas governor.
It never occurred to me that I would one day be considered for political leadership. It's a humbling and inspiring path to ponder. It is also a path that I'm choosing not to take at this moment. What am I going to do? I'm going to continue to work and invest the bounty I have by supporting entrepreneurs.
A recent Dallas Morning News poll said McConaughey would beat incumbent Greg Abbott by 8 points and would crush Democrat Robert Francis Beto O'Rourke. A March order from the judge in the Ghislaine Maxwell case has resurfaced amidst criticism over the lack of transparency and publicity for the accused sex trafficker's trial. The night before the November 29th trial of Maxwell, multiple high-profile Twitter accounts reported that U.S. District Judge Allison Nathan ordered certain information be kept from the public. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Build Back Better Democrats are working on their spending bill.
Senate Democrats are negotiating amongst themselves on a key part of President Biden's economic agenda, a social spending bill, after the House passed it earlier this month. Louisiana Republican Congressman Steve Scalise accuses Democrats of being careless when it comes to government spending on Fox Business.
Because they've spent trillions more dollars, we're about to max out our credit card again. And what is their answer? They passed over to the Senate trillions more in spending, Maria. And by the way, deficit spending, that'll all go to the debt. They don't care about who's going to pay for this.
Democrats argue the bill is paid for with taxes on wealthy Americans and is necessary for the United States to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic and address other issues like climate change and the rising cost of living. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
President Donald Trump and his legal team are setting the stage for a Supreme Court battle over executive privilege as quarrels between the former president and Democrats in the House of Representatives intensify. The battle began following the creation of the House January 6th committee, which was formed in June in a mostly party-line vote, as all but two Republicans, Representatives Adam Kinzinger, Republican of Illinois, and Liz Cheney, Republican of Wyoming, voted against forming the commission. For USA Radio News, I'm Brad Bernards.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Tuesday, time zone to time zone. Welcome into the final day of November. As we get things underway this hour, we all know there's good truck drivers and there's not so good truck drivers and there's bad truck drivers. There's good and bad in every occupation. There's good cops, there's bad cops. I'm thinking this is one of those not-so-good cops. A New Jersey police officer facing a slew of charges after allegedly striking a pedestrian on a parkway, leaving the scene, then taking the victim's body to his home. 25-year-old Newark police officer Luis Santiago has been charged with reckless homicide, desecrating human remains, and other related charges after striking a pedestrian on the Garden State Parkway, according to a statement on Thanksgiving Day from the county prosecutor there. Going back to November 1, about 3 a.m., Santiago allegedly struck the victim with the 2005 Honda Accord he was driving. Did not call 911. Instead, he allegedly left the scene of the accident, came back to the scene, placed the victim in his car, and then at some point returned to the scene with the victim's dead body. Santiago allegedly took the body of the victim, a 29-year-old nurse, Damian Dimka, from Bergen County, New Jersey, to his home. He took him to his home first, where he discussed with his mother what to do with the body, according to the prosecutor. Police discovered the victim in the back seat of the car after Santiago's father, who's a lieutenant with the Newark Police Department, called 911 to report that his son had been in an accident. Also facing charges are Albert Guzman, 25, of Newark, who allegedly a passenger in the car at the time, as well as Santiago's mother. According to the state, both are charged with conspiracy to desecrate human remains, hindering apprehension, and conspiracy to hinder apprehension and tamper with physical evidence. Santiago has additional charges, including leaving the scene of a crash resulting in death, endangering an injured victim, desecrating or moving human remains, hindering one's own apprehension, conspiracy to hinder prosecution, tampering with physical evidence, and obstructing the administration of law, as well as 2 counts of official misconduct. All 3 were arrested, charged, and ultimately released with conditions. But, the not-so-good cop in that case, right? Of course, nobody wants to go to jail, right? I get that. Our number, 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you this morning. Let's check in with the Chevy guy. What's happening this morning?
Oh, good morning. I'll describe the replay tape for horse feathers there. They had an Asian reporter for one of the liberal news organizations look at Trump. Of course, it had to be an Asian, and she was challenging Donald Trump, calling it the Asian virus, or the virus, the China virus. And I still remember Trump looking at her and said, it's the China virus. It came from China. And they like to put him in a position, and he just take it right on like it wasn't nothing, like water off a duck's back. And if you're ever going to have anybody in there, if it ain't Trump, whoever they are, they're going to have to do that. They're going to have to not play their game, and they're going to have to take it and then wipe off the dirt off their shoulder. By the way, I just went through Bamberg, South Carolina, and on the bank there it said it was 104 degrees. And I thought, doggone, maybe I need to turn the air conditioner on. But what they're actually calling for down here is 29 degrees. I'm freezing my butt off. So now y'all can turn the air conditioner off up there. What I've seen on the weather as I left, center part of the country is going to be in the 50s. We're in the 20s down here. They said, nope, that ain't good. Finally, the point of, guys don't even know how to adjust their brakes anymore. I mean, they don't know how to do minor road fixes. I contribute a lot of this. Now, I don't know how much you can tie it into it, because you can go on a computer and find out how to work on stuff. And I have, when I crawled under my Ranger to change the starter, I had the exact right tools for the job. I didn't have to take any more than what I had in my pocket. So that was good. But in the day, when I was a kid, I couldn't take, the carburetor on the 57 coupe, the jet pump, gasoline flying all over the engine compartment. Well, I pull the car, do the rebuild job on this Rochester 4-barrel. Well, when I went to Napa, I bought the kit. Now, I'm half scared, and nobody's going to show me how to do this. I'm having to do it myself. And when I got the kit and opened up the box, started reading the instructions, it dawned on me. Shoot, I've been doing this stuff for years. It's no more and no different in the fact that you're using model glue, building model cars. And I think now you go to Walmart or the toy section, they don't have things like that where kids build anything. And I think that I did see that Monogram, or they did have some models up at Aiken at the Walmart up there. So hopefully they're bringing them back. But I think when we were kids and we built stuff like that, you were learning the names of the parts, you were learning the names of what it did, and you were learning how to follow directions so you yourself could work on something. And I rebuilt, 17 years old, rebuilt my Rochester 4-barrel, put it back on that 327 Chevy engine, and voila, it just didn't, and I didn't have any extra parts left over, so I was proud of it.
There you go.
But I contributed that. I contributed that to, like I said, when I opened up the instruction on this kit, and I cleaned the carburetor, had it laid out. Shoot, I've done this before many times. Just the only thing I won't need is glue. And but I mean, the guys I help down here, most of them, when I'll help them on the side of the road and get them back rolling again. But most of them are BLM supporters, so I don't know if you want me to send them in your direction. But, they hate it when I help them out too. Now, let me tell you, do an act of kindness for some of these guys down here. I'm telling you, there's got drivers down here that would love to just slit my throat. And I don't know, maybe it's because I like wearing bib overalls, Western hats, and got a beard. I have no idea. Maybe I live up to their envisionment of the Southern white redneck. I don't know. But then again, I have a whole bunch, and most of these guys that I'm talking about, they can't do nothing, and they got this hate. They're below 40. Most of the guys in the 50s, and especially we got a lot of guys that's up in their 60s, late 60s and 70s. They're great. I mean, they're conservative, but they'll never talk about it. And I'm pretty sure they voted for Donald Trump, but they'll never admit it because it's too dangerous. So, everybody got a total line, I reckon. But, I just thought I'd help out there. Since your tape recorder was broke, couldn't replay that with Donald Trump facing, not playing the game, was able to tell that agent reporter, that, it's the China virus because it come from China. And and he also made mention that it did. China's trying to blame our U.S. military for this stuff. So it's interesting. One other thing before I go, and I will be copying the mail, of course. Did you see that on a news feed where China is prepare for nuclear war with the United States?
That I did not see.
Did you hear any of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just tweak in your ear there. I seen it on a Facebook news feed. It just was very nerve-wracking. Of course, we're getting. I have a funny feeling when we got all these people from around the world in China for the Winter Olympics. That might be when China takes Taiwan, because nobody's going to want to do anything about it when they have all them hostages. Other than that, who am I? What do I know?
Yep.
I guess I'll just have to wait and see what it says on 2020. All right, buddy. Over and out.
Thank you much, Chevy guy. 16 past the hour. I did see where U.S. military bases in Guam, as well as Australia, are about to undergo some improvements to help offset China. According to an unclassified review of the resources worldwide, Wall Street Journal reported the review to be released this past day contained no major reshuffling of forces to discourage China, while also trying to deter Russia and fight terrorism in the Middle East and Africa. Defense officials tell the Wall Street Journal the Global Posture Review calls for improvements to airfields and other infrastructure at U.S. bases, as I said, in Guam and Australia. All right, senior defense officials said the global outlook remains fluid, although the review achieved some of its objectives, especially in regard to China. The more you look at any given region, the more complicated the region becomes. But I do think we were able to make some tough decisions that really reinforce our commitment to getting after the Indo-Pacific. We kind of moved the needle, as he put it. Of course, since Biden took office in January, foreign affairs have included the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, Russia's military threats against Ukraine, China using its military to intimidate Taiwan. The world is even more unsteady than 6 months ago, according to a fellow and specialist in defense strategy at the Conservative American Enterprise Institute. Now, he added the Afghanistan withdrawal meant the U.S. has to monitor for terrorism threats and collect intelligence from far away. That's part of the reason you can't significantly change force posture in the Middle East and Europe, because we've lost our eyes there in Afghanistan. All right, we've got clear lines here. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There's a lot of people in this city that have no idea that there are some tunnels down there. Yeah, Cincinnati subway. That's what it was going to be. Was a partially completed rapid transit system beneath the streets. The system only grew to a little over 2 miles. But to this date, the derelict tunnels and stations actually make up the largest abandoned subway tunnel system in the country. Construction started way back in the early 1900s as an upgrade to what was the streetcar system at the time. It was ultimately abandoned because of the escalating costs, the collapse of funding, political bickering, the Great Depression during the 1920s and 1930s. In 1928, the construction of the subway system was indefinitely canceled. And there have never been any plans to revive the project, so it's pretty wild, though. Rapid transit was going to be the solution for congestion downtown. First quarter of the 20th century, $6 million were allocated for that project, but construction was delayed due to World War I, then unexpected post-war inflation that doubled the cost of construction, so the project could not be finished at the original estimated price. Various attempts to use the tunnels for mass traffic have been unsuccessful. You had the Great Depression, then you had World War II, the rise in the popularity of the automobile. And today many Cincinnatians aren't even aware of the tunnels that exist down there. I think they actually had 4 stations that had been completed. So they're there. Some of the former tunnels, some have been demolished, but there's a number of them that are just abandoned. It's pretty wild. All right, looking at 24 past the hour. Lines available at 844-844-3388. With some of the union talk earlier, a regional director for the U.S. National Labor Relations Board has issued a decision ordering a rerun of a union election at an Amazon facility in Alabama. According to the National Labor Relations Board this past day, workers at the warehouse in Bessemer, Alabama, rejected forming a union by more than 2-to-1 margin back in April. But then in August, a National Labor Relations Board hearing officer said the company's conduct around the previous vote interfered with the union election. Today's decision confirms what we were saying all along, that Amazon's intimidation and interference prevented workers from having a fair say in whether they wanted a union in their workplace. According to the president of the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. Now, Amazon's spokesperson said in a statement that the company's employees overwhelmingly voted against joining the union this year. It's disappointing that the National Labor Relations Board has now decided that those votes shouldn't count. So a redo, I guess. Vote number 2 will be forthcoming. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. And Philip, good morning.
Morning, bud. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. A little chilly down there tonight, is it?
It's 46 right now where I'm at.
Okay.
So, yeah, a little bit chilly. I got my coat on. So, hey, where was you? You said that was in Cincinnati where you had all those tunnels that were left from a subway?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember back in the 90s, Chicago had a great flood in the city where they were drilling for pilings in the Chicago River and they hit a tunnel and they filled up the city with the tunnels full of water. You remember that?
It doesn't really ring a bell, but
It was in the early 90s.
Okay.
And they were just putting pilings in for something on the Chicago River for either a marker or something on the Chicago River, and they drilled too far down, and they didn't even know that was underneath them. They hit a tunnel, and this tunnel was all hooked up with underneath the buildings. And it was a coal tunnel that they used to move coal between the buildings way a long time ago.
Yeah.
And it filled up, it flooded the city, and it was kind of funny how they stopped it. They got some engineers in there, and this one guy was a really old engineer. He said, why don't we just throw some beds in there, some mattresses, to tentatively get it to stop, and then we'll go in and we'll use gunite, and we'll, concrete it up.
Yeah.
And that's what they did. They used mattresses to stop the leak, and then they gunnited it up, and that stopped the flood. But yeah, there's so much stuff in these cities, infrastructure-wise, nobody even knows it's underneath them. I mean, you look at London. Excuse me. Underneath London is practically almost another city that they built during World War II to keep the people from bombing and whatnot. Same way with Berlin. There's places in Berlin that are probably 20 stories underneath the ground.
Wow.
But they did that because of with the war and stuff. Places are all over. I mean, everywhere. So pretty neat stuff. You ever heard of the underground in Kansas City, Steve?
Is that like the cold storage place thing, the tunnels?
Yeah, next time you talk to Big Moose, ask him how many times he went to the KC to the underground, or Carthage, Missouri, and went to the underground. You go, it just looks like a pit, sort of like where they mine, rock or dirt or whatever. Drive down in there, and there's tunnels underneath the ground. They're way back in there. And one side, they bring rail cars in on tunnels and unload them into the warehouse underneath there, and then they put them in trucks. And they don't have to use the refrigeration like they do, on above ground, the amount of refrigeration, because the temperature stays the same underground.
Right.
They can maintain a certain temperature. It's pretty cool stuff. I know when I drove, I went to Kansas City a lot. I went to Carthage, Missouri. I know there's other places out there that do it, but yeah, next time you talk to Big Moose, ask him about KC. I'm pretty sure he's been out of that place a time or two. So.
I've seen some of the videos over the years. I mean, I've heard drivers that have been in there say if you're claustrophobic or whatever, it's downright spooky down in there.
Well, I know when I worked for a company that was called Sigma, and they're still out there and delivering to restaurants. They used to send us down there to do our backhauls, and they had these big giant pillars. They chisel out around, and the loading docks, they would take us in with an escort, one truck at a time. You would go in with an escort, and then they would, take you back out. And they only had like 3 or 4 docks per warehouse where we went back in there. I'm pretty sure now it's a lot more bigger than it is now than it was back then. But my brother-in-law took out the front of his truck on one of those big pillars, and thank God I was really close to him, because I could get my tractor in there and get his trailer out while they wreckered him out. But yeah, it's kind of tight. If you're not a really good driver, you better be careful, because you could take out the front of your hood real quick on making your turns and backing in down there. So yeah, very interesting place. So. All right, Steve, that's all I got, buddy. You have a good one. I know you're at the bottom.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in, Philip. Enjoy your Tuesday there in Orlando, Florida. And indeed, yes, we have clear lines there. Lines wide open at 844-844-3388. News update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. The quest to pass defense policy legislation hit a new obstacle in the Senate Monday as Minority Leader Mitch McConnell vowed to oppose advancing the bill further without progress on amendment votes. He'll oppose an imminent vote to cut off debate on the Senate version of the annual National Defense Authorization Act, citing GOP calls for more amendment votes. President Biden said Monday that while travel restrictions imposed on travelers from several southern African nations would slow the entry of the Omicron variant of the coronavirus, it cannot prevent it. Biden said COVID-19 cannot be defeated until the rest of the world is vaccinated.
To beat the pandemic, we have to vaccinate the world as well. And America is leading that effort. We've shipped for free more vaccines to other countries than all other countries in the world combined.
This is USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret,
Powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed, that is the number to call, and we've got clear lines. So jump on in. Let's see here. From the email bag, steve@hotshotsecret.com. Got an email from Dogbone. Dogbone out there listening, waking up to snow falling here in Morgantown, West Virginia. And that's Alberta Clipper number one of 3 that'll be pushing through the Northeast this week, between now and the end of the week. Enjoy that. Oh, it's just walking in a winter wonderland. Let's see. yeah, Pappy says, I shared the story about the bad cop. He said, damn, talk about stacking charges on somebody. What an idiot, hit and run. Yeah, does he get a DA of the Month nominee? I believe he should. Doughboy checking in, a couple of emails. Talking about the underground subway, said they also have power lines and water pipes ran through the underground subway in Cincinnati, since it's not being used as a subway. And in regards to the so-called driver shortage, I shared with you the story from Newsweek earlier in the program. Is it a driver shortage, or is it a pay issue? Like I said, there's differing opinions here. For many, many years, I did kind of align with the sentiment that it was not a driver shortage. It was the churning of the driver, the turnover at the big companies and all. Everybody always looking for better pay, which makes perfect sense. That's what it's all about. You got to start somewhere. You got to get some experience. And as soon as you get the opportunity, you move on to a company that's going to offer better wages, right? That doesn't appear to be the full case anymore. As Robert so aptly points out, there's a lot of smaller companies and mid-sized companies that pay very well, and even they cannot find drivers. Robert says OOIDA and those others are full of it. If there wasn't a driver shortage, then why can't my company find drivers? Home every day, $30 an hour starting wage, time and a half after 40, 2 weeks of vacation to start, 5 days of holiday pay, and all the other usual benefits. And this is in the West Virginia Panhandle area. Bosses can't even get people to apply. So more and more, that's in this day and age, I've been hearing more and more of that, and which leads me to believe it may not so much be the driver churning issue nearly as much as it was, say 10, 15 years ago and whatnot. But I guess we'll talk a little COVID update, right? What were the developments over the past day? Well, first of all, the White House Office of Management and Budget is reportedly telling federal agencies you can hold off on suspending or firing federal workers for not complying with the vaccine mandate until after the holidays. ABC News, which reported Monday they had obtained the memo on the guidance, said the change had not yet been publicly announced. It comes as the president is putting pressure on these private employers to embrace their own vaccine mandates. According to the Office of Management and Budget, 92% of federal workers have already had at least one vaccine dose. The federal workforce compliance rate stands at 96.5%, meaning employees have had at least one vaccine dose or have a pending or approved exemption or extension request. This in the wake of a fierce pushback from Republican-led states. The coalition of 10 states sued the federal government earlier this month to try and block that requirement for healthcare workers, opening up a new front in resistance to the Biden administration's COVID response. The lawsuit filed in federal court in Missouri contends that this requirement threatens the jobs of millions of healthcare workers and could just make worse an alarming shortage in healthcare fields, particularly in rural areas where some health workers have been more hesitant to get the shots. That suit follows similar suits by Republican-led states challenging the rules that would require federal contractors to ensure their workers are vaccinated, and the businesses with more than 100 employees require their workers to get vaccinated or wear masks and get tested weekly. Now, all those mandates are scheduled to take effect on January the 4th. Meanwhile, another ruling in one of those said cases. Judge from the Eastern District of Missouri blocking the Biden administration mandate this past day in 10 states. I believe that's the case we were just talking about, the 10 states that had sued for the vaccination for healthcare workers. The judge, Matthew Shelp, cited in the ruling that regulations handed down by the CDC, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, did not receive approval from Congress to mandate these things for healthcare workers, which he argued was necessary given the vast economic and political significance here. The CMS, the mandate, was also issued without a standard period for public comment. Truly, the impact of this mandate reaches far beyond COVID, says the judge, as the CMS seeks to overtake an area of traditional state authority by imposing an unprecedented demand to federal dictate to the private medical decisions of millions of American people. Yes, such action challenges the traditional notions of federalism. The judge also argued that CMS lacks evidence showing that vaccination status has a direct impact on spreading COVID in those healthcare facilities. You had the Attorney General, you've got Missouri, that led the lawsuit with Nebraska, Arkansas, Kansas, Iowa, Wyoming, Alaska, South Dakota, North Dakota, and New Hampshire. So the order will block healthcare providers in those states from requiring workers to receive a vaccine while this injunction stands anyway. If the administration appeals the injunction, which undoubtedly they will, it would then land in the 8th Circuit, which has just one active or senior status judge appointed by a Democrat out of 14. I don't think it would bode well there, right? More and more of these mandates, the target of various lawsuits filed over the past several months. All right, so they go into the background there, but we know what that's all about. It's about 15 before the hour. And clear lines at 844-844-3388 here on a Tuesday morning. Apparently, Pete Buttigieg has become a very popular guy all of a sudden. Yet why? Well, he's the guy that he's holding the purse strings to these billions and hundreds of billions of dollars to be divvied out around the country for these infrastructure projects. All of a sudden, mayors from all over the country want an opportunity to have a little chat with Mayor Pete, or should I say Transportation Secretary Pete. Now, separately, after Congress failed to dedicate any funding for truck parking in that infrastructure bill, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association is asking the DOT to step up to the plate. A letter to Pete Buttigieg this past day asking for $1 billion in discretionary funding to be dedicated to the lack of truck parking. The enactment of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act presents an opportunity for you to address a safety crisis that America's truckers have faced for decades, which is the national shortage of truck parking. When truck drivers cannot find a safe place to park, they can be forced to choose between parking on the shoulder or with being in violation of the hours of service regulations. This creates a major safety concern for truck drivers as well as the motoring public. We were extremely disappointed in the Infrastructure and Investment Jobs Act for not dedicating any funding whatsoever to truck parking, despite the broad bipartisan and industry support for said investment. So, with the significant amount of new discretionary funding at your hands, your department will be responsible for allocating under this act. We believe you have the ability to direct funding to critical truck parking projects all around the country. Now, there was at one point a House version of the bill that included a measure to dedicate $1 billion for truck parking. The bill passed the House, but then it died in the Senate. The Senate version, which ultimately passed, did not dedicate any money for truck parking. Now, fixing the truck parking crisis could also contribute to fixing the supply chain crisis, they said. At a transportation and infrastructure hearing on supply chain issues earlier this month, transportation expert David Carell said the American Trucking Association estimated the 80,000 driver deficit could be resolved by simply improving the utilization of America's existing truck drivers by 18 minutes per day. Now, he said truckers typically drive only 6.5 hours a day, even though they're allowed a maximum of 11 hours. My research, he said, leads me to see the current situation not so much as a headcount shortage of drivers, but rather an endemic undervaluing of the truck driver's time. Well, there you go. Research says you typically spend an average of 56 minutes per day of your driving time just looking for a parking place. So, yes, if there were easier access to parking, you didn't have to get off the road an hour early because you know you're going to have to search to find a place to park. You could utilize that time getting more miles on any given day. All right, 11 before the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Well, I guess I missed out on that little tidbit when it was all unfolding, but undoubtedly I can see how there was backlash. It's the whole cancel culture. It's the critical race theory. After a significant donor backlash, the Salvation Army has withdrawn their Let's Talk About Racism guide. Yes, a guide that they had put out that asked white supporters to deliver sincere apologies for their race and your sins of racism. Apparently, this guide was released back in April. It was created by the Salvation Army's Social Justice Commission, which reads like this. While many Salvationists have acted firmly and courageously against racism, the Salvation Army acknowledges with regret that Salvationists have sometimes shared in the sins of racism and conformed to economic, organizational, and social pressures to perpetuate racism, adding that Christians need to evaluate racist attitudes and practices. And as we engage in conversations about race and racism, we must keep in mind that sincere repentance and apologies are necessary if we want to move towards racial reconciliation. We recognize that it is a profound challenge to sit on the hot seat and listen with an open heart to the hurt and anger of the wounded. Yet we're all hardwired to desire justice and fairness, so the need to receive a sincere apology is necessary. The guide also said white culture has challenges that it needs to overcome, which include denial of racism, defensiveness about race. It adds that white Americans need to stop trying to be colorblind. Now, in a statement entitled, The Salvation Army's Response to False Claims on the Topic of Racism, the organization now says the guide was not meant to tell anyone how to think. They have withdrawn the guide for what they're saying is appropriate review. According to Just the News, the Salvation Army occasionally publishes internal study guides on various complex topics to help foster positive conversations and grace-filled reflection among Salvationists. By openly discussing these issues, we always hope to encourage the development of a more thoughtful organization that's better positioned to support those in need. But no one is being told how to think, period. We've done our best to provide accurate information, but unfortunately, some have chosen to ignore these efforts. At the same time, international headquarters realized that certain aspects of the guide may need to be clarified. Consequently, for both reasons, the International Social Justice Commission has now withdrawn the guide for appropriate review. The Salvation Army also has denied suggesting that the United States is inherently racist and maintains it did not tell people to apologize for being white. Well, I mean, if you've got the guide and it point blank clearly states in the guide, just that sort of thing. I mean, it's right there in black and white. You can't come back and say, we didn't say that. It's exactly what you said. And that's they don't give any numbers on just how significant the impact, but people maybe just, especially this time of year, the bell ringers are going to be starting to show up outside of the retailers and the grocery stores. And a lot of people may just walk by that little kettle and opt not to donate this year. All right, rolling toward top of the hour. We'll get a news update. Would that be Kentucky Ken on board?
Kentucky Ken's on board. Hello, Steve.
Hey there.
How are you?
Doing well. Good to have you with us.
Good to be here. I had a good Thanksgiving weekend, nice long break, and just woke up about mile marker 190 on I-70, and there's snow on the ground. Not on the road, thank God, but it's on the ground.
Okay.
On my way to New Jersey. How bad is it up in New Jersey? I just wanted to I don't have to get rolling until 5 o'clock for my 10-hour break.
Yeah, I mean, right now there's nothing going on in New Jersey at all just yet.
Well, that's good. I like to hear that. Hey, just something on the, and I've only been out on the road 4 months now, but you talking about the parking shortages and that. Absolutely, there is. I got in here last night at 7:30 p.m. and the lot there was 2 spots left. This whole rest area I'm at, and you go. Every truck stops full every night. There's no doubt there's a parking issue throughout this country.
Yep,
no doubt about that. And you do have to search. And then if you park illegally, you're going to get moved, or it just makes it, you do have to start searching for that. More truck spots would be an absolute good thing for everybody out here. There's no doubt.
So, I mean, if you had arrived at that location, maybe say 20 minutes, 30 minutes later, and it was only like 7 o'clock in the evening, and those spaces were full, then where do you go from there?
Right. Then there was another rest area 50 miles east of me, and I would have tried that.
Wow.
But you have to, and the later it gets, generally, the more it's more difficult to find.
Yeah.
And, in some states, they won't let you park on the shoulder or off an off ramp or something like that. So it's a concern nightly for sure. Being able to, where you're going to stay, you try to figure it out. Okay, I'm here, I'm going on this road. And then, it's sort of a pain because it's always a search for sure.
Yeah.
No doubt about it, Steve. No doubt about it. So maybe that will get pushed, a little more. I don't know, but it's definitely an issue. So,
well, with
did you have a good?
With a $1.3 trillion infrastructure bill, infrastructure, you'd think. I mean, all they're asking is for like $1 billion. I mean, just a chump change out of that massive spending bill.
No, I agree. And some places like will have what they call truck havens or truck rest areas. If they would make those just put a dumpster up there so people don't throw their trash on the ground, and have a couple of good, clean portalettes, that's all you need.
Yeah.
But not real difficult. And, it is a little bit, it does add a little stress towards the end of your day because you're on the clock, and I've stopped this truck with 2 minutes to go before, So it's trying to find a spot, trying to find a place. But I still enjoy being out here, and I'm gonna keep on trucking because I like it. I really do. And it's my birthday, but I woke up to snow, so I don't know about that.
Okay. Yeah, the snow's, things are beginning to break up a bit, but you got some snow over there into, western Pennsylvania. Things kind of breaking up in the Pittsburgh area now, but yeah, off and on you get some snow showers. Things really breaking up there in eastern Ohio. There's still some snow showers down towards Parkersburg in West Virginia. Yeah, even a few snow showers all the way down into northern and central portions of Virginia. Charlottesville to Harrisonburg, up to Romney, a few flakes flying in that region, but it's not going to amount to much. All right, Kentucky Ken, thank you so much for checking in. Have a great day. Be safe out there, and enjoy that little wintry wonderland. Yeah, the pretty view. Yeah, the heavier snows are actually still up in Michigan. You got some light snow up toward Traverse City there in northern Michigan. Areas down in southeastern portions of Michigan, though, from, say, just to the east of Saginaw. Some pretty decent bands of snow. Yeah, some flakes flying in and around the Detroit area as well. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News. I'm Brad Bernards. The quest to pass defense policy legislation hit a new obstacle in the Senate Monday as Minority Leader Mitch McConnell vowed to oppose advancing the bill further without progress on amendment votes. He'll oppose an imminent vote to cut off debate on the Senate version of the annual National Defense Authorization Act, citing GOP calls for more amendment votes. President Biden said Monday that while travel restrictions imposed on travelers from several southern African nations would slow the entry of the Omicron variant of the coronavirus, it cannot prevent it. Biden said COVID-19 cannot be defeated until the rest of the world is vaccinated.
To beat the pandemic, we have to vaccinate the world as well. And America is leading that effort. We've shipped for free more vaccines to other countries than all other countries in the world combined.
This is USA Radio News.
Right now, we are being joined by Emily Dalton-Smith, who happens to be the head of social impact with Meta, and she is joining us to share with us how we can get involved in Giving Tuesday. Emily, take it away.
As another pandemic year begins to wind down, we want to focus on the goodness we see across our platforms. The power of social connection is changing how people give back to their communities, and I'm really excited to see how people will get involved this Giving Tuesday. I'm also proud Meta is supporting what's important to our community by matching up to $8 million in donations made to nonprofits. Whether you're supporting a Black-owned business through Buy Black Friday, donating to a stranger's fundraiser about a cause you love, or doing something completely different, I really hope people will consider giving. It can make all the difference in the world for someone and can be pretty impactful for the giver, too.
And Emily, where can we go for more information?
You can check out all the details on how Meta is encouraging giving back this holiday season by visiting fb.me/givingseason2021.
Hollywood actor Matthew McConaughey on Sunday announced he will not run for Texas governor.
It never occurred to me that I would one day be considered for political leadership. It's a humbling and inspiring path to ponder. It is also a path that I'm choosing not to take at this moment. What am I going to do? I'm going to continue to work and invest the bounty I have by supporting entrepreneurs.
A recent Dallas Morning News poll said McConaughey would beat incumbent Greg Abbott by 8 points and would crush Democrat Robert Francis Beto O'Rourke. A March order from the judge in the Ghislaine Maxwell case has resurfaced amidst criticism over the lack of transparency and publicity for the accused sex trafficker's trial. The night before the November 29th trial of Maxwell, multiple high-profile Twitter accounts reported that U.S. District Judge Allison Nathan ordered certain information be kept from the public. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Build Back Better Democrats are working on their spending bill.
Senate Democrats are negotiating amongst themselves on a key part of President Biden's economic agenda, a social spending bill, after the House passed it earlier this month. Louisiana Republican Congressman Steve Scalise accuses Democrats of being careless when it comes to government spending on Fox Business.
Because they've spent trillions more dollars, we're about to max out our credit card again. And what is their answer? They passed over to the Senate trillions more in spending, Maria. And by the way, deficit spending, that'll all go to the debt. They don't care about who's going to pay for this.
Democrats argue the bill is paid for with taxes on wealthy Americans and is necessary for the United States to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic and address other issues like climate change and the rising cost of living. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
President Donald Trump and his legal team are setting the stage for a Supreme Court battle over executive privilege as quarrels between the former president and Democrats in the House of Representatives intensify. The battle began following the creation of the House January 6th committee, which was formed in June in a mostly party-line vote, as all but two Republicans, Representatives Adam Kinzinger, Republican of Illinois, and Liz Cheney, Republican of Wyoming, voted against forming the commission. For USA Radio News, I'm Brad Bernards.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome in to a Tuesday. There you go. Final day of December. How about that? Did I say December? November. Hey, trying to get ahead of myself. Hey, Jolly Green, I saw that photograph you posted. You linked. You tagged me in it. Fly rod and the Jolly Green Giant at Crackler Barrel for breakfast there over the Thanksgiving weekend. All right, looking good, guys. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Back to the phones and morning to the Scarecrow. Hey there.
Top of the morning there, Steve. Been another super quiet night of trucking across central Wisconsin here. I don't know what took place last night, being Sunday night. I guess everybody chose to travel home from Grandma's house. The four-wheeler traffic was just unreal. But tonight, pretty much got the road to ourselves here.
Wow.
Mid-30s, and the stars are shining down again. Feeling kind of sorry for the ski hill back there a little ways. They've been doing what they can to make snow. I don't know. They try to get hoping for Thanksgiving week. I don't know if they made it this year or not, but man, we're talking mid to upper 50s for, I believe, Wednesday afternoon now. So No, it's not feeling like that time of year by any means. First things, happy birthday then to let's see, your last caller was that Kentucky Ken, something like that.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Either way, and that leads into Heat Wave's call. Now, unless I took the message wrong there, he was dropped a little hint that sounded like he's going to have a birthday coming around tomorrow. So if I miss tomorrow night there, Heat Wave, happy birthday to you there. You led the program off, Steve, with that letter. The new driver.
Yes.
Commenting on the A that he had at the truck stop and leading into it. Monkey Gouger, he's been out playing Boy Scout again. He's doing his good deed for the day. Well, that changed as soon as he started giving a description of the driver. I kind of went hand in hand. Thanks for the service there, Moose. There's a case of Blatz waiting for you if you ever make it up there.
There you go. Right.
Just something I picked up on the overnight there, or the after hours a while back. But so either way, where I was going here, yeah, the union thing there a little bit. I was a Teamster for probably 20 years, 15 years vested. There's that Teamster pension fund. We know where that's gone. So, but either way, that kind of leads back into, my mom, she referenced having been associated with a team or a union company back in the late 40s and in the 50s, early 60s. But she reflected on it was a company in La Crosse, and that was the go-to place if you wanted a good job. Top wages, and man, if you land there, you were set for life. And what happened there, and it's happened many other places, what you have is never enough. No matter how good things get, you want more. You see the company bottom line, doing well at a given time, and you want the piece of the action. Well, that piece gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And this particular facility, so it's never going to close, right? They're just going gangbusters. I mean, it made some not so well-to-do individuals comfortable and whatnot. Shucks. Mom referenced, church gatherings and whatnot, individuals that maybe never had the means prior, they were showing up with fur coats and, playing it up real good. Well, it all came to a head. The company called their bluff and, shut the place right down.
Yep.
And, it's a warehouse, currently. And so, yeah, see this again, the last time now with John Deere and whatnot, I don't know exactly what the bottom line came out being with that, but, there's always two sides of the coin, and it kind of hurts when one group, feels they need everything, but either way, there's ups and downs, no matter how you're approaching, from the Teamster or union, standpoint and such. And then, backing off, back with Moose's call, and then kind of tying in with Chevy guy's call as far as maintenance and repairs and such. It isn't everybody that has tools and whatnot to get that starter freed up and such that Moose dealt with there. And but something as simple as carrying a small toolbox with today, I think that's kind of become a lost art too. I can't imagine not being able to, fix the simplest thing alongside the road to at least, get you up and running again, whether it's a torn brake line or, something simple that you can deal with on your own. But, and as Chevy guy said, well, unless you've been brought up in that atmosphere, a lot of today's drivers they don't have the simplest of mechanical abilities. You know, they're sitting behind the steering wheel and told to go down the road. You know, and the larger the company gets, the more you're expected to call, you know, for any service of any kind. My company, the company I drive for, and I'll be up front. It's Ryder. We have the transportation division, and well, shucks, even with 25 years driving, 30 years driving before I even started here, they didn't even want me to pop the hood on the thing, much less deal with anything. The thought of myself, putting a gallon of oil in or such, hey, Chuck, that was above and beyond my ability, and it took quite some time for them to realize that, hey, maybe this guy does know a little bit about the mechanics of a truck and whatnot. But something as simple as changing a tail light or such, and even today they'll ask, well, you want us to go take care of it? Well, I have the burnt out brake light in my hand here. Why don't you just give me a new one, But so yeah, there's a whole different directions one can go when it comes to upkeep and whatnot. But myself, I'd far rather be rolling and limping somewhere than sitting there for who knows how many hours waiting for service and tow or whatever. But so either way, that's just my couple thoughts for the moment here, Steve. And again, happy birthday to Heatwave. If I miss you tomorrow night, then take it from there, right?
There you go. All right. Well, thank you very much. All right, there you go. Scarecrow, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in there. It's about 18 past the hour. Let me see. Somebody sent me the update here. And, we did touch on a report on this last week. And someone had called, I think, last evening. I think Philip actually brought that up. Did you hear anything about Nancy Pelosi buying a place down here in Jupiter, Florida, whatever? Well, the update says it's just a rumor, that it is not true. Rumors swirling on social media that Nancy Pelosi had picked up a swanky estate in Jupiter, Florida. That was the report, right? But the Bay Area-based Democrat has not traded her San Francisco mansion for a posh property in South Florida, according to Realtor.com. Drew Hamill, Deputy Chief of Staff for the Speaker, says this is completely false. There's no such pending sale, nor is the family looking or interested. The $25 million mansion in question is pending sale, which means the property has found a buyer. It's just not Pelosi. I have no idea where the rumor started in regards to Nancy. According to the listing agent with Southern Shore Properties, who says we've been swamped with calls for the last week asking about the supposed Pelosi purchase. Now, I keep saying I can't disclose who the buyer is, but it is not Pelosi, she says. The new owners are just as displeased by the unwelcome fuss about their newly purchased home. They definitely don't want the rumors out there, she says. They don't want that sort of attention. Anyway, built in 1995, the property has been meticulously maintained, according to the realtor. Set on 2.5 acres, offers a massive 225 feet of ocean frontage. Recently renovated, the 2-story structure spans 10,000 square feet, 6 bedrooms, 9 bathrooms. A chef-inspired gourmet kitchen features a center island and flows out into a breakfast room overlooking the water. Other details include a formal dining room, a library with built-ins, a state-of-the-art theater, a custom wine cellar, elevator, and gym. The split floor plan allows for a private master retreat while numerous guest rooms can accommodate family members and guests. Outside, lush landscaping creates your own private paradise, including a screened outdoor kitchen, a pool, fire pit, and seating. It is definitely a special piece of land. All right, that's the realtor there in Jupiter, Florida. Now, the exclusive enclave has its upsides for those who want to live out of the view of the public. The Jupiter area itself, we've seen a lot of high-profile people move to the area. Jupiter Island is private. It's isolated. It tends to be where people want to go for privacy. While its charms may have been lost on the Democratic leader, the area has been a hotspot for Trump family members. Donald Trump Jr. and his partner, Kimberly Guilfoyle, recently purchased a $10 million property. Trump Jr.'s ex-wife, Vanessa, and their 5 children also reportedly live in the upscale area. Eric Trump also picked up a home in Jupiter with his wife, Laura Trump. And if you have any interest in maybe becoming their neighbors, prepare to pony up. With only 11 homes on the market, the median list price is $15 million. It's a little more than I can handle on my wage. It is, 23 past the hour. Back to the calls just ahead. Plenty of room for you. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now, that was another of the breaking stories. Rolling right into the Thanksgiving holiday weekend out of New York. And did you catch the report that New York City lawmakers are setting the stage to allow more than 800,000 New Yorkers who are either green card holders or have the legitimate right to work in the U.S. to vote in municipal elections and local ballot initiatives. That is, in other words, allowing non-citizens to vote in local elections. The bill is entitled Our City, Our Vote. It would make New York City the largest municipality in the country to allow non-citizens to vote in local elections. All right, the legislation expected to be approved by the city council on December the 9th with a veto-proof margin. As the rest of the country deals with a swath of news imposing more strict voter requirements and restrictions. Voters in Alabama, Colorado, Florida passing ballot measures last year specifying that only U.S. citizens could vote. They joined Arizona and North Dakota in specifying non-citizens cannot vote in state and local elections. It's, I guess, not surprising. It's New York, right? You're going to have people coming into the country, they're not even citizens, allowing them to vote, right? Who do you think they're going to vote for? They're going to vote for whoever's going to give them the most stuff. Who's offering the most freebies? That's my pick. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Who we got here? Just a few miscellaneous things.
This is James.
Hello, James. What's going on?
How you doing this morning? Oh, not much. We was talking about the travel ban and the border earlier, and I was listening to a radio program before you come on, and they had a guy on there. It had something to do with the Center for Immigration Studies or something. I don't know if he works there or what. But
yeah.
He said they are, in fact, deporting, flying plane loads of people out of here back to Guatemala and whatnot. But, of course, you don't hear that on the media. And on that roving scale truck, did they say how many they're putting out on the road?
No, it didn't. It didn't specify. I mean, it said apparently there's more than one, but it doesn't say how many.
Was there a cost? Did they say how much it cost?
Yeah, that I did not see in the story either.
Okay. Didn't DeWine just sign a bill or some kind of order that trucks can run 90,000 in Ohio?
Indeed, he did. I was thinking along the same line. Yes, sir. I mean, I'm not sure how long that's going to go, but I mean, yes, right now, 90,000 pounds is the weight limit in Ohio.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of funny. Hey, run 90,000. Oh, by the way,
we got new portable scales, right?
Yeah. Let's see what else. Oh, in the news break there, Biden says for free. We sent all these vaccines to other countries for free.
No, last I checked, we bought the vaccines to send to other countries. Yes, the American taxpayers are buying those vaccines.
Exactly. Right. Hey, I did watch that 2-hour video, that Glenn Beck thing that you posted on your Facebook.
Yeah, what'd you think of that? I mean, to tell you, that was... And the way he put it all together, and it's very, very, very clear, yes. I mean, the fact that apparently, the U.S. government, didn't he say that the U.S. government owns half of the Moderna vaccine? Are we getting anything? I mean, why are we buying the vaccine that we own?
Right. Yep. Half of the patent for the mRNA. And, he made that point. Wonder why they stopped the Johnson & Johnson there for a while. But that's all I got for this evening, man. We'll talk at you another time.
Hey, thank you for checking in. Have a good morning. We'll get our news break in here at that point. And yes, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernal. A federal judge on Monday halted the Biden administration's COVID-19 vaccine mandate for healthcare workers, although the ruling only applies to 10 states. The mandate, promulgated earlier this month by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, required approximately 17 million workers to get a jab or face termination. But Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services lacks the authority to impose such a broad mandate, says U.S. District Judge Matthew Shope. President Biden asked Americans to put their masks back on in anticipation of a mild but more transmissible variant of COVID-19 that's been labeled Omicron.
And as additional protections, please wear your mask when you're indoors, in public settings, around other people. It protects you, it protects those around you.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Bingo fun fact number 24. Online bingo is now America's favorite pastime activity. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com to play Bingo Treasure for free. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card, play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. It's all free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry! Free accounts are limited.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, thank you much, and welcome back. Another relatively quiet night on the phone, so plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Apple is reportedly accelerating development of their electric car, targeting 2025 as a possible launch date, they tell us, and now wants to make it fully self-driving. The long-rumored Apple Car project was recently put under the leadership of company veteran Kevin Lynch. That's the guy who spearheaded the development of the Apple Watch. Under his leadership, the company now hopes to not only release an electric car, but also make it the first version fully autonomous, according to those familiar with the matter. Apple stock rose on news. The car project, known internally at Apple as the Special Projects Group, or Project Titan, as they call it. It's been up and running for years. Started back in 2014, but it suffered from a high rate of executive turnover. Most recently, the former head of the team, a guy by the name of Doug Field, left the project for a job at Ford Motor Company. He was then replaced by Lynch, who has virtually no experience in car manufacturing. But again, they're now targeting a launch date of 2025, faster than the 5 to 7 year timeline that some engineers had expected as recently as earlier this year. Now, the report did caution the timing is all fluid. The ideal design for the car, though, would feature no steering wheel or pedals. According to the report, it is at least one internal design where passengers would actually face inward toward each other. But they recently did hit a milestone in developing the self-driving technology, and it could begin road testing very soon, they tell us. That's something right out of a page of Total Recall, right? The Johnny Cab. Your destination, please? Yeah, you got no steering wheel, no pedals, no nothing. All right, looking at 20 before the hour as we roll into the early hours of a Tuesday. And back to the phones we go. Would this be Marsh?
Flash. Yes.
Flash. Hello, Flash.
Good morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Yeah, Flash. Yeah, it's been a while since I called in. Good morning to Mr. Steve Sommers and all of his listeners, and happy belated Thanksgiving, and most importantly, Who Day. It only took us 31 years to do what we did.
Yeah, how about that big win?
So,
I mean, that was pretty incredible, wasn't
it? It really was. Yeah, so I had, I don't know if you remembered or not, I didn't call in that much, but got to know some of your fans pretty decent, stayed in touch with them. But I had gone out back in at the end of August for a hip replacement. And that was total hip replacement. And went to Beacon Orthopedics over there by our house. And whew, that is the place you want to go if you ever have a hip replacement. They did an unbelievable job. When I waited for years and years and years. Jolly Green could give you some stories on that. And I mean, I could barely walk certain days. It was bad.
Wow.
And I had that done on August 31st, went home the same day, and I was up and moving and doing all kinds of things I wasn't supposed to be doing within 2 weeks. And it was amazing. And now I can do a soft jog. And so very incredible. Great experience.
How about that?
But how about that? Yeah, $33,000 is what that deal cost, which is well worth it for that group over there. But yeah, how about I wanted to bring up a couple more things. How about the Who was on TV, and that guy that's ahead of the Who? I don't know if anybody caught this or not, but you know, he urges the certainties of taking this booster shot. But then they contradict themselves on this new variant, the Omni, whatever you want to call it. And, you know, that they don't know for the next 3 weeks whether or not the vaccine and the booster is even going to cover it, if it's all true and it's not a big political smoke like some people think that it is. So I just wanted to throw that out there because he did contradict himself because they don't know. And yet they're still pushing all this stuff, which bothers me. And then I was also going to let you know, so on August 31st, I did my hip replacement. So I honestly, within a month, I was doing super well and had went to a sports bar with a good friend of mine. And we had, you know, food and watched some football. It was a Sunday. And so the next day, I woke up and I wasn't feeling very well. And I kept telling my wife, I said, you know, this is a strange thing coming on. Don't feel like the flu. Doesn't feel like the cold. Well, nothing more to be said. So on Tuesday of that week, something just told me have my wife give me one of the a test for COVID-19.
Yeah.
Now I've been around people since the start of it that confirmed COVID-19. I never had a problem. No, the only symptom I can honestly tell you through that whole time for me was a runny nose when it first started. It seemed like I had more of a run, but that could have been allergies. That could have been anything, but I never felt bad. So on Tuesday, I felt a little worse, felt a little strange. But hey, give me a test. So she did. Comes back negative. So on Wednesday, I don't know what persuaded me to do this because I'm real funny about all this stuff. And I told her that next Wednesday night, hey, give me another test because I did feel a little worse. Nothing serious, but just gradually getting worse. I could tell. She gives me another test. This was on Wednesday. Comes back positive. No sooner than she puts the chemicals on it and puts it in that box, it just lights up bright positive across the there instantly.
Wow.
So I didn't, it I wasn't bothered. I wasn't concerned. I honestly wasn't. So I'll try to speed the story up a little bit. So the week goes on, and come Saturday, I said, you know, I could feel it trying to get down into my chest. But again, it wasn't severe yet, maybe close to moderate, and I was starting to cough. And my temperature, this is worth mentioning, my temperature on that Saturday when I took it was 103. Now, that's pretty serious for an adult. And I did have the chills. and that was about it. I mean, nothing else. So my wife works every other weekend, so I texted her at work and I said, hey, if this temperature don't go down, I guess I'd better go to the hospital and check in and see what they got to say. But I was really petrified to do that. Well, when I went back to bed, when I got up that evening, my temperature went down from 103 down to 100. And I stayed there between 99 and 100 the rest of the whole 2-week spread. Well, that following week, which was the 5th through the 10th day, I paid close attention to this, did a lot of research, read. Those are the most dangerous days for the COVID, according to their science data that they have right now. So I did, again, my cough got a little worse. It got so severe that at one point I kind of lost my voice, but I still felt okay.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't dangerously sick or nothing. So that week went by and got out of it, and that was it. Well, I had to come back to work in November where I work, and I had to go see all kinds of doctors. That's the way it is here. So I went back to my family physician, went to my surgeon that did my hip, told them all, hey, I had COVID and blah, blah, blah. Well, my family physician, he said, well, you didn't call us? You didn't go to the hospital? I said, no, I didn't do anything. I had moderate symptoms, the way I described it. I said, I didn't feel like there was no need to do this. So he says, hey, look, let's take a blood test to first make sure that's what you had. So he did. He took a little blood test in my right arm. Wednesday, they contacted me back. Yes, you have the antibodies. Dr. So-and-so says you are immune to the COVID. And I said, so this means with that paper, because, that's a documentation. That paper then represents that I'm immune to this COVID. I shouldn't be forced to take the vaccine. According to my doctor, he says it's a great defense. So that's another thing I wanted to get out there.
Yep.
And then here I am. Now, my friend wasn't as lucky. He's much younger than me by 20 years, to be exact. And he ended up in a hospital for 2 weeks. He tested positive 3 days after I tested positive. So it's hard telling how, what, when, and where all this transpired, but whatever. He was in pretty bad shape. Thank God he's okay, but it was very, very serious.
Wow.
And so that's that's about everything I got, I guess, for all that. But yeah, here I am, walking proof.
Well, you're one of the lucky ones, I guess you'd have to consider yourself, right? I mean, did you not feel inclined to didn't you even think about trying to get like some the hydroxychloroquine or something? You didn't think you needed to get any sort of treatments or?
No, I didn't. I don't know. I'm real funny about that kind of stuff, medical. Not that I don't support that, but you remember our first conversation. One of the first times I called in, kind of got sideways a little bit because I was so nervous talking. I don't like going on radio and talking. I just love listening. But you remember what I said by chance about the COVID? I'll remind you.
Yeah, go ahead. Refresh my memory.
So I basically said, hey, look, Steve, I said, this COVID thing, I'm not sold about it. And I wasn't. My heart, my mind, the way politics were, I wasn't sold about what was going on. And basically, you're like, well, it is here. And then, of course, now I look back at that, and yeah, of course, a lot of people have lost their lives over this pandemic. But I wasn't a believer in that. Now, I can tell you that I share that view right now with this Omicron, because it seems to me that this is a political thing once again by good old Joe Biden, and I'm not totally sold about what's going on with this, because this is part of his deal because remember, look, he's trying to get all this social spending package done, right? What's it about? Well, it sure isn't about us average working Americans, because all this money that man is wanting here is about social programming. That's all this is about. We already knew that. I'm not telling nobody new,
Right.
Nothing new.
Yep.
I know that. But I'm just saying that's what's going on with this deal right now. That it's not about the middle class. Wake up. I hope everybody wakes up and just sees, because there are people that don't know this. They have this agenda, the Democrats. They've done it for decades, to making you believe as an American middle class, hard-working individual that we're going to take care of you. We're going to get your salaries higher. We're going to make the corporate people pay more and more. That couldn't be the farthest thing from the truth. And when I was younger, go ahead.
They say buried in that legislation, is some of the biggest, apparently some of the biggest cuts for the rich. So it's a false narrative that they're presenting about this is all about the middle class and the rich are going to pay for it. The rich are getting big cuts out of it.
Yes, they have been for decades. Who's the one that's always paid through all these decades of politics and everything? It's always been the middle class. It's always been the middle class.
Well, so Flash, I'm glad you're with us here still, and thank you so much for chiming in. Yeah, like you've been through a lot, right? The hip replacement, COVID. All right. Well, we've got clear lines once again at 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are. Dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Okay, what are we looking at here? Morning, Steve Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Taco Tuesday. Getting a good start this morning. It looks like the commute into and around the Detroit suburbs may be just a little dicey, a little slippery this morning. We shall see and hope for the best. Anyway, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. And the flip back to Fort Wayne. There you go, General Motors once again. 25 days till Christmas. There's Truck and Phil checking in. Semper Fi, thank you very much. President Biden is sending 1,000 Virginia and Kentucky National Guard troops to the Horn of Africa. According to the announcement over the weekend, the deployment marks the largest single unit mobilization of Virginia's National Guard since World War II. According to the Virginia National Guard Public Affairs Office, 800 Virginia and 200 Kentucky Guardsmen were transported to Fort Bliss, Texas for roughly 1 month of pre-deployment training, marking the start of their federal active duty status. The troops will be deployed to unspecified countries in Africa early next year. Virginia units from Bedford, Charlottesville, Lexington, Pulaski, and Suffolk, and a Kentucky unit from Somerset are deploying as Task Force Red Dragon. They're mobilizing under the command of the Lynchburg-based 1st Battalion, 116th Infantry Regiment, 116th Infantry Brigade Combat Team, to provide a security force in support of Combined Joint Task Force Horn of Africa. Major General Timothy Williams, Adjutant General of Virginia, tells the troops that they're activating as part of one of the most well-known units in the Army. It's important to recognize that you are a great and storied unit in our Army, says Major General Williams. You are well-trained and well-led. We have every confidence that you'll be very successful in your deployment to the African continent. Now, it's not clear if the Virginia and Kentucky Guardsmen are increasing the existing African force or if they're going to be replacing those currently deployed. Army spokesperson tells military.com that roughly 6,000 American troops, Defense Department civilians, and contractors are currently working throughout Africa. And right now, there are almost 27,500 National Guard troops overseas, including the Middle East, Europe. Nearly 11,500 Guardsmen also deployed in the United States for missions relating to the COVID pandemic and wildfire response efforts. But rather interesting there. All right, got a full hour yet to come, so jump on in here, clear lines at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. The quest to pass defense policy legislation hit a new obstacle in the Senate Monday as Minority Leader Mitch McConnell vowed to oppose advancing the bill further without progress on amendment votes. He'll oppose an imminent vote to cut off debate on the Senate version of the annual National Defense Authorization Act, citing GOP calls for more amendment votes. President Biden said Monday that while travel restrictions imposed on travelers from several southern African nations would slow the entry of the Omicron variant of the coronavirus, it cannot prevent it. Biden said COVID-19 cannot be defeated until the rest of the world is vaccinated.
To beat the pandemic, we have to vaccinate the world as well. And America is leading that effort. We've shipped for free more vaccines to other countries than all other countries in the world combined.
This is USA Radio News.
Right now, we are being joined by Emily Dalton-Smith, who happens to be the head of social impact with Meta, and she is joining us to share with us how we can get involved in Giving Tuesday. Emily, take it away.
As another pandemic year begins to wind down, we want to focus on the goodness we see across our platforms. The power of social connection is changing how people give back to their communities, and I'm really excited to see how people will get involved this Giving Tuesday. I'm also proud Meta is supporting what's important to our community by matching up to $8 million in donations made to nonprofits. Whether you're supporting a Black-owned business through Buy Black Friday, donating to a stranger's fundraiser about a cause you love, or doing something completely different, I really hope people will consider giving. It can make all the difference in the world for someone and can be pretty impactful for the giver, too.
And Emily, where can we go for more information?
You can check out all the details on how Meta is encouraging giving back this holiday season by visiting fb.me/givingseason2021.
Hollywood actor Matthew McConaughey on Sunday announced he will not run for Texas governor.
It never occurred to me that I would one day be considered for political leadership. It's a humbling and inspiring path to ponder. It is also a path that I'm choosing not to take at this moment. What am I going to do? I'm going to continue to work and invest the bounty I have by supporting entrepreneurs.
A recent Dallas Morning News poll said McConaughey would beat incumbent Greg Abbott by 8 points and would crush Democrat Robert Francis Beto O'Rourke. A March order from the judge in the Ghislaine Maxwell case has resurfaced amidst criticism over the lack of transparency and publicity for the accused sex trafficker's trial. The night before the November 29th trial of Maxwell, multiple high-profile Twitter accounts reported that U.S. District Judge Allison Nathan ordered certain information be kept from the public. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Build Back Better Democrats are working on their spending bill.
Senate Democrats are negotiating amongst themselves on a key part of President Biden's economic agenda, a social spending bill, after the House passed it earlier this month. Louisiana Republican Congressman Steve Scalise accuses Democrats of being careless when it comes to government spending on Fox Business.
Because they've spent trillions more dollars, we're about to max out our credit card again. And what is their answer? They passed over to the Senate trillions more in spending, Maria. And by the way, deficit spending, that'll all go to the debt. They don't care about who's going to pay for this.
Democrats argue the bill is paid for with taxes on wealthy Americans and is necessary for the United States to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic and address other issues like climate change and the rising cost of living. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
President Donald Trump and his legal team are setting the stage for a Supreme Court battle over executive privilege as quarrels between the former president and Democrats in the House of Representatives intensify. The battle began following the creation of the House January 6th committee, which was formed in June in a mostly party-line vote, as all but two Republicans, Representatives Adam Kinzinger, Republican of Illinois, and Liz Cheney, Republican of Wyoming, voted against forming the commission. For USA Radio News, I'm Brad Bernards.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
around on a Tuesday morning, 30th day of November, closing out another month here. Good to have you on board. Our number, 844-844-3388. Hey, look at this. I kind of like these heartwarming stories. More and more difficult to come across good news. For whatever reason in this day and age, right? Everything seems to be Debbie Downer kind of news. The story of a law enforcement officer who was shot earlier this year. Back in February, Officer Sean Hall with the Kernsville Police Department in North Carolina, who was in the process of making an arrest when things went south. Instead of complying, the suspect shot him 3 times, including in the face. Sean was shot 3 times while on duty, February 21, according to the pinned post from the Whole Strong Facebook page. Yeah, he was in the hospital listed as being in critical condition at the time. He's made some improvements, still has a long recovery ahead of him, has a loving wife, Ellie, and 2 precious sons. Well, it took time, surgery, a whole lot of prayer and divine intervention to keep him here on the earth. Doctors later said that he lost enough blood from his injuries to have died 3 separate times. But he made it. The community rallied around him and his family and pitched him with fundraisers and other shows of support. Well, this Thanksgiving, Officer Hoole made his gratitude public. He said, "As we prepare for Thanksgiving, I think how thankful I am for these amazing people, the medical professionals who cared for him." Now, he said, God places people exactly where they need to be. And he placed these amazing, courageous, and brilliant people in my path, along with so many others that night. We are so blessed to have such an incredible hospital in our community, staffed with the best of the best. Most importantly, so thankful for the King of Kings and Master of it all. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Positive story. Glad to share. And meanwhile, back to the calls we go here. If the computer wants to work. Yeah, he's kind of thinking. The computer is thinking. Thinking it wants to go blank. It's like all the screens just did. All right, rolling up on 9 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. And we'll see if they decide to come back. Yes, we've had this a time or two before. Meanwhile, we've been saying this forever and a day. How many times you've heard it on this program? Ted Cruz pretty much this past day said the same. The massing of this huge caravan of Central American and Haitian migrants in southern Mexico to scorn Democrats, suggesting the Democrat Party is just looking at them as potential voters. How many times have we said that? Yes, sir. In a tweet, Cruz linked to a story and pictures of the massive gathering. He said, what Joe Biden and the Democrats see when they look at caravans of illegal immigrants, future Democrat voters. As we've been hearing, hundreds of Central American and Haitian migrants formed a new caravan Friday in the southern Mexican state of Chiapas, right down there near the Guatemalan border. They've begun their trek toward the United States. Now, the migrants said they wanted to leave Chiapas as they had not been receiving or given humanitarian visas promised by Mexico or transferred to other parts of the country where they can have better living conditions. This is a throng of approximately 1,000 migrants, including many children. Mexico's National Migration Institute began transferring hundreds of migrants Thursday to other parts of the country after they had spent months waiting for a response to requests for refuge or humanitarian visas. The migrants were also offered documents for a temporary legal stay in Mexico, allowing them to look for jobs, preventing a similar walk toward the U.S. border. Those who were not transferred elsewhere or get humanitarian visas have joined those headed to the United States. So there you go, more and more marching toward the USA.